Rolling to the desert, conference is lit. Pros in HFES, we come equipped. Brain so sharp, minds never quit. Tech and innovation, we making it fit. ASPIRE2024, we level up. Phoenix heat, but we cool and tough. Livestream showing all that stuff. Ergonomic dreams, gonna call your bluff. System designs that break the mold. Research so fresh, data pure gold. Education for days, new stories told. Techno beat drops, watch it unfold. From the labs to the streets, Phoenix now. Human factors, hustle, we shred for pow. Software to solve, precision plow. Heart of a lion, conference vow. Virtual reality, augmented space. Biogenics, tight is the race. Future right now, no time to waste. Aspire on flames, feel the pace. Ergonomics, we level up. Phoenix heat, but we cool and tough. Livestream showing all that stuff. Ergonomic dreams, gonna call your bluff. Virtual reality, augmented space. Biogenics, tight is the race. Future right now, no time to waste. Aspire on flames, feel the pace. Aspire in the mission, level up. Phoenix heat, but we cool and tough. Livestream showing all that stuff. Ergonomic dreams, gonna call your bluff.
Okay, I think we're going live. Let's see. Let's just make sure everyone's here. Yeah, there we go. Almost everyone's here. We're still waiting on Heidi, but that's okay. So let's just go ahead and get started. Hello and welcome everyone to the live coverage of the Human Factors in Ergonomics Annual Conference, Aspire, here in warm Phoenix, Arizona. My name is Nick Roome, and I'm sitting here right at the Arizona Biltmore Hotel and Resort with longtime friend of the show, Mr. Frank Lacson, who's been helping me nail down everything this week. Frank, hello.
Wow.
Hello and hello.
That intro, wow. Just thank goodness for editing. Wow.
Ergonomics, something pow. And I couldn't do this alone. I could not do this alone because both Frank and myself are so drained, even though my energy right now is probably betraying that fact. We are so drained. So we have fresh people who have not been at the conference all week to help us keep it together. I'm sitting, well, Barry is sitting across the pond over in the UK, Mr. Barry Kirby.
Hello. It's great
Hello.
to be. How are you doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. I've got a question.
Yeah.
Maybe because I can't remember things. What does ASPIRE stand for? It's a new name. What's it mean?
Great question. Great question. Advancing systems and practices through innovation, research, and education. And it looks like we got Heidi on the line. So let me bring Heidi in. Wait, hang on. Let me just get the thumbs up. Is Heidi giving me the thumbs up? We'll see here. Thumbs up. Okay, great. And now we have all four of us here. Let me just get the situation. Okay, there we go. Heidi, hi.
Hi, Jesus, you are on fire. You need to simmer down.
Did you happen to see the intro?
No, you know.
Okay, great. I'm glad because it would have really thrown you off. So Heidi Mehrzad, welcome to our live
wonderful.
coverage.
Great. Just wonderful.
Why would have thrown me off? What'd you do, Nick?
Oh, we asked Gen Z to make an intro that the human factors community would never forget. And It sure was something. All right, so please help me welcome all of our esteemed colleagues and guests here. Let's before we jump into everything though, let's just go over a few ground rules for today's coverage. So first off, some thank yous. Thank you to the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society for access to the event, permission to live stream and record. So HFES leadership for encouraging and supporting this idea, HFES staff for assisting us here with any technical and logistical considerations we had, volunteers for helping out here at the booth in person. Of course, our Human Factors Cast Digital Media Lab members, Katie and Vianney, are here. If they want to say hi, they can come in and wave. They have been helping us out all week. Court everybody and make sure that we're all good to go on interviews and logistics. And of course, our Patreon supporters for their continued support to keep the lights on over here at the show and at the lab. IBR for supporting our attendance here. Our listeners, you are the reason we are here. And I've heard so many stories this week about the importance that what we do here and the impact it has on your life. That is not lost on me. So thank you for coming up and thank you for telling us about that, because those stories are truly what make this worth it for us. So social media, let's talk about it really quick. If you are here at the event and want to share something, that's ASPIRE2024, hashtag ASPIRE2024. Please do go and put out your thoughts on there. You can also tag it with HFC Social Thoughts. Now, one more thing before we get started, and I hate doing this because it seems like such a, I don't know, money grab, because it really is. So let's talk about this. So you can tag us at Human Factors Podcast and HFES at HFES. Where you can search all over for us. Now the money thing. Let's talk about this just really quick. This is a standalone podcast. We're separate from HFES. And literally there are lights here that need to be kept on. With that, there's some ways to support us. Patreon is the best way to help us to support us. You can support us for $1. You can do one-time donations. I'm just going to ask for it this one time. I'm going to keep the support the show right up here in the top right corner, just throughout the entire thing. If you'd like to support us, you can. And that's it for me for money. That's all. Enjoy the rest of the stuff because we got a lot of great, fun things for you today. Like I said, we do have an awesome team supporting us. So really quick, before we actually even get into any segments or anything, I'd like to go around the room because there's an interesting dynamic here that I don't think we've ever had before. In the past, I have had full awareness of every single thing that was going to be on the live stream. I produced and recorded every single piece that went on, and I produced behind the scenes the stuff that was being talked about in the live segments. And so this is the first time where I'm actually going in blind to some segments, and I'm really excited about that. And also, this is the first time that we've had a full 4-person panel supporting our event here. So let's just go around the room. Barry, what are you excited for? What are you interested in? What are you looking forward to today? What are you hoping to see?
I'm hoping to get some really good reactions from people about what they've found out about Aspire, what the new things are that they've learned, and really, I mean, I've got a real big thing around human-machine teaming. So if there's people talking about that today, then I'll be really keen to hear what their thoughts are around the new bits on that. But yeah, just really keen to hear what people's reactions are to the conference.
Excellent. Heidi, what are you looking forward today?
Sorry, I muted myself because I'm clunking around. I just want to hear what's going on. Like, I'm kind of excited to hear like what you all discovered and what kind of conversations and what topics are kind of trending. I mean, texted a little bit, but like, I'd be interested to know what the hot topic is at the conference.
Awesome. Frank, what are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to sharing some of the experiences of the conference. It's my first time back in a while. I'm glad to be here and just wanted to share some of the energy. And it's in a beautiful place as well. So I hope some of the viewers can see some of that today.
For me, I'm most looking forward to seeing the stuff that I haven't seen yet. And honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing your all reaction. There's actually a couple other things that we're going to be doing today that are going to be brand new and fresh for us. We actually have some props here. We'll have a live unboxing later. So there's some unique things that we haven't done in the past that I'm really looking forward to. So with that, I think, you know, that with the expectations for today's stream, I think maybe we should see what some folks think about their first time here at Aspire. And we're back. I'm sitting here with Alex Wong. Alex, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So Alex, for folks who may not be familiar with you or your work, can you give us a little bit of an introduction?
Yeah, I'm Alex. I'm currently a junior at the University of Southern California, studying industrial and systems engineering. Then I'm also doing my Master of Public Policy at USC. So it's this interesting combined program, but I took a human factors class my sophomore spring, so last semester, and I started working on a research paper for that class. It was a human factors kind of based investigation of a train accident in Chicago a couple of years ago, and that's kind of blossomed into a bigger like rail safety research project that I've been working on with my professor at USC, and she was the one who kind of told me to submit an abstract to HFES and come to the conference. So that is why I'm here.
Oh, so they got you. They got you.
Yes, yeah.
Great. So Alex, you're here. This is your first time here?
Indeed, yes.
Okay, great. And so we don't actually have the perspective from anyone that we've recorded so far of sort of what the experience has been like from a first-time student's perspective. So I'd love to hear, you know, what is new about the conference to you? What's it like?
Yeah, I think one thing that was really interesting that I didn't expect when I first came here was that there are so many people here who are like psychologists, or otherwise non-engineering people. Because my exposure to human factors is through industrial engineering, and all of the human factors like work and things that I've done before are in an industrial engineering role. So it is fascinating to see the like interdisciplinary perspectives available here. And then also like just how widely applicable human factors is. I like industrial engineering because there's so many things that you can do with it, and it's really cool to see that human factors is applied in the military, in other defense sectors, in transportation, in usability, websites, technology, things like that. So super interesting stuff that I've seen so far.
Yeah, it's like wherever there's a human involved, we're
Exactly,
there. We're there.
Humans are everywhere, right?
Yeah. So what's particularly interesting? What kind of interesting things have you seen while you're here?
I think I'll shout out two of the sessions that I've been to. So one yesterday was surface transportation one. It was about barriers to electric vehicle adoption. I'm very interested in transportation, particularly like public transit and electrification and connected vehicles. So that was like already kind of up my alley, but there was a lot of talk about like all the challenges with making electric vehicle charging really accessible, different behaviors of electric vehicle drivers compared to internal combustion engine vehicle owners, things like that. And the super cool thing was I drive an electric vehicle in Southern California. So a lot of the things that were talked about were things that I saw on an everyday basis when I'm driving and existing in Southern California, right? Like one of the things that was talked about was the pretty abysmal reliability of electric vehicle chargers. I think it was like only 75% of the EV chargers were working at any given time in this study that a professor conducted. And in my experience, like sometimes I go to an EV charger, public EV charger, and they're just not working, which is, it's not great, especially considering that California is trying to get to 100% EV very, very. And then also like another thing that was discussed was like the fact that EV drivers tend to brake a lot more aggressively than internal combustion engine drivers, and also accelerate a lot harder than ICE drivers, which makes sense because EVs can deliver a lot more horsepower and torque than your standard gas vehicle, right? And I mean, I've noticed that since I've switched to an EV, like I will like slam on the gas, and like go really fast, like merging on the freeway, I feel like I've become a little bit more of an aggressive driver. That's super fascinating that the research supports what I see in real life.
I'm telling you, those surface transportation sessions are like sleeper hits. Like I could go on and on and on about like the width of road lines and the length of road lines and the signs and the signage and the font and everything. Like it's insane how like detailed you get in city planning and all that. It's sleeper hit. And in another life, I am a systems or not a. I'm a surface transportation girly. And then so I guess, what are you excited for in the future? Are you coming back? You going to be here next year?
I mean, if I get the funding again, but I mean, I think I've learned a lot here, like, and seeing all these different things that I was talking about, as well as like meeting professionals in this field that I haven't had a ton of exposure to in the past. So like, I would definitely be excited to come back. And if my research project progresses as well, like I would love to present a more fleshed out version at a future HFES. So.
Awesome. Well, we'll spread the word about human factors. I think it's really important. We don't do the best job of marketing ourselves, but where can folks find out about you, or if they want to connect with you, maybe chat about your experience here?
Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. If you look up Alex Wong, there are many people with the same name as me, but if you put USC after that, you should be able to find me.
Okay.
You can also check out my website, alexwong.net. I have some interesting like projects and stuff on there. I also work on like web development stuff, as well as like urbanism and like city planning types of things. So there's a mishmash of random content on there.
Super cool. Alex, thank you for telling us about your experience. So glad you're here. We'll be back with more right after this. Stay tuned.
Hello, and we're back. Well, we're here at the HFES Aspire Student Lounge, joined with Lilia from Embry-Riddle University. Lilia, do you want to talk a little bit about yourself?
Yes, so I am a master's student studying human factors at Embry-Riddle University in Daytona Beach, Florida. And I am here for the first time presenting a poster tomorrow about air traffic management, students learning about stress management techniques.
Okay, that's great. And so for Daytona Beach, did you bring some of the cooler weather? Maybe a little bit humid over there, but still not as warm it is out here. It's been kind of a heat wave going on here, at least for my.
Oh yes, yeah. Arizona feels like a blow dryer, pretty much.
Yeah, but they say it's a dry heat, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know whatever that means. So in terms of, was it stress and air traffic control?
Yes.
What is one kind of key finding that you want to tell folks about how air traffic controllers deal with stress, or kind of one specific thing that you're looking at in terms of stress?
Well, we're specifically teaching air traffic management students at Embry-Riddle, so college students studying for their bachelor's in air traffic management, and seeing if having a class about stress management will be effective for how they control traffic, simulated traffic in classes.
Okay, so by getting started in some of these human factors-based techniques and methods can help them when they start moving on to the career. So it may be in traffic management and maybe in other things, professional life. These kind of things can be applied throughout. So sure, it's a great learning experience for them.
Oh yes, it definitely is. Yeah, even during the studies when they're learning about stress management techniques, they're really enjoying it and really saying that it's very helpful for them, not only in their classes, but also in real life.
Yeah, that's a lot of those things when you take the class and you wonder, hey, is this going to be helpful later on? Some things that you find years after you take the class, it's like, oh gosh, it was a little bit difficult or a little bit different. I didn't like it at the time, but hey, now it's kind of cool. So let's think about some of your experiences here at HFES. You mentioned it's the first time doing a poster. Is your first time at HFES in general?
Yes, it's my very first time doing the conference or attending the conference.
Oh, sounds great. So there are a lot of things at the opening reception in terms of having the different groups across the wall. I remember that happening on Monday night. Were you able to attend some of that?
Unfortunately not, because I just got here.
Oh, you just got here.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I know that you got a lot going on, and especially with your poster later on this week. Okay. So, well, in terms of other kinds of students and other attendees from your specific school, do you know how many folks roughly that are attending?
I didn't get a number, but I'm sure.
Okay, I'm sure you'll run into them and
Yes,
other professors and things. Well, hey, glad to be there. I know coming from the East Coast, the travel can be a little bit much. So in terms of something exciting in both in your career and other kinds of things, what is one thing that you look forward to this week?
Just learning more about human factors and how it has an impact not only in aviation but in other fields as well.
Okay, that's great. Well, hey, thank you for taking the time.
Yes.
And back over to you, Nick.
And we're back. I'm sitting here with Algelia Burton. Algelia, thank you for being on the show and coming to talk with us. So for folks who are unfamiliar with you or your work, could you just give us a little bit of background about who you are?
Okay. Well, yes. Hi, everyone. As was stated, my name is Algelia Burton. I am currently a human factor engineering professional. I work in the aerospace industry. So just mainly right now working within like design for maintainer work, focusing on building digital human models to ensure that products we build fit the human. So do that day in, day out. And also I'm a part-time graduate student. So yeah, balancing work, full-time work and grad school.
Oh, you're doing it all. So you're here to talk because this is your first time at HFES.
Yes, yes.
So tell me, how is it? What are you finding interesting?
It's been great so far. I think this is my first conference where I've been to more so lecture style. Most conferences are like workshops, so it's just one setting, not like a workshop with 3 different presentations within. So I like that setup. Is really different to be able to get different perspectives. So it's been a great experience. I've mostly been in the healthcare track just because that's where my graduate school work will lean towards. So just getting a foundation of what's going on and what may, pique my interest to start looking into more.
Yeah, you got an interesting perspective, someone who's both in working and in graduate school. And so, are you finding anything particularly useful to you? You're kind of looking out throughout these sessions?
Well, I would say particularly useful. I would say just like I said, just the presentation style, what that looks like, the information, how it's being presented, and the flow. That's been useful just for my future reference of how to present information, because I haven't done that professionally yet. So that's given me good perspective, and even the feedback that's given to the presenters, that's helping me with how I can present future work, not only for my job, but also in my graduate school. So.
You meet any cool people?
I met a few cool people, yeah, especially in the sessions afterwards. So it was cool to meet one of the professors who had several students in one of the sessions I was a part of presented, and to meet the professor right afterwards. So that was cool, and just speak with them briefly. Also met a emergency medicine doctor who focuses on human factors. So looking forward to furthering that connection as well. So yeah, it's been good.
Gotcha. So you're here. This is your first time. Are we going to see you next year in Chicago? Or
hopefully, Chicago isn't too far from where I live. That's a train ride. So I would love to be there next year. Would like to have, with all the experience I gained throughout the next year, be able to interact more. So far, I'm more so listening, just gaining knowledge. So next year, I would look to be more interactive, like within the session, be able to understand a little bit more of what's happening.
Great.
But right now, I'm just soaking it in.
Yeah, I know. Anything you excited for next year? Are you looking out for anything particular?
Honestly, I'm enjoying the healthcare track. So aerospace stuff is also cool, but I would say no, that in particular, just seeing what just within a year's time how things are innovated and what new technologies and research people are doing.
Great. So. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Where can folks find you if they want to connect with you and learn more about what you do?
LinkedIn. You can message me on LinkedIn. That's about the easiest way.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Algelia.
No problem.
All right, we're gonna be back with more right after this. Stay tuned. Are you tired of boring lectures and textbooks on human factors and UX? Well, grab your headphones and get ready for a wild ride with the Human Factors Minute podcast. Each minute is like a mini crash course packed with valuable insights and information on various organizations, conferences, usability methods, theories, models, certifications, tools, and much more. We'll take you on a journey through the fascinating world of human factors, from the ancient history to the latest trends and developments. Listen in as we explore the field and discover new ways to enhance the user experience. From the think aloud protocol to the critical incident technique, focus groups, iterative design, we'll make sure that you're the smartest person in the room. Tune in on the 10th, the 20th, and the last day of every month for a new and interesting tidbit related to human factors. Don't miss out on the Human Factors Minute podcast, your ultimate source for all things human factors. Okay, we'll bring us all back. I'm probably a disembodied voice because we're already having technical difficulties. Excellent. So while I try to fix up these technical difficulties, what do y'all think? What's going on? How's your experience been so far, Frank?
Oh, this one is a little bit interesting. A lot of the past human factors, they've been in bigger hotels. So a lot of the spaces, folks had to take escalators and elevators and kind of navigate a larger hotel. This one is a lot more spread out, Nick. There were villas and other kinds of things. It almost felt like being in a condo complex with all the things going on. A lot of outside walking. The heat was a little bit much depending on time of day, but as they say, it's a dry heat. But once we got on site, everything was pretty accessible in terms of at least being on one level. So not many stairs or any kinds of things, and it was actually pretty easy to get around. So that was one of my biggest observations for this one. Really something like an outside mall kind of feeling.
Yeah, I mean I hear that. There's been, so it's interesting because some of the stuff that the students said verbally was here, and maybe what we could do is just swivel this around.
Nick, why don't
speaking.
you share the screen?
There we go. Because the screen doesn't have anything on it. It has production stuff on it. So from what we see on throughout those interviews, they're fairly positive, and I think there are a lot of voices that maybe they're afraid to say it, but some things that we've heard, the accessibility is there once you're on site, but the location of the venue itself, I think some folks might have some trouble getting to. It's not sort of central downtown, like you have a lot of,
not as urban as some of
the other ones, right? Yeah. Like DC is right there in the middle of everything. Chicago is right there in the middle of everything. So I think, and Atlanta was right in the center of Atlanta. So it's kind of, you just have a little bit of more difficulty getting access to it. And all the folks that I talked to that were kind of those first-time students, had funding. And I think that's sort of a recurring theme that we've heard throughout our time doing this, is that there are challenges for students getting the funding to be here. And so I just wanted to echo some of those. Those are sort of anonymized, but that is some of the sentiment that I am hearing here on the field.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's also a case where, since we're kind of at least a couple of years past the initial COVID bump, I know there's still stuff going on with that, where there's a lot more demand, a lot more students getting back into things. Maybe some of the research they were doing the last couple of years are starting to become a more presentable format.
Right.
And I know that the HFES National, they've tried, and also the different various technical groups, to have travel grants to help ease some of those things. So that could be a challenge that, to bring up to some of the organizers, to maybe bring some of those visibility of those kind of support programs forward to everyone to make things equitable.
Yeah. What about you, Barry, Heidi? You have questions for us?
Well, I mean, I was just going to echo some of those sentiments because I was on the task force to, kind of analyze HFES and as an organization and kind of look at the weaknesses, the strengths, the things that, HFES does really, really good, and things that are not so great, and things that could use improving. And one of the things that came up was definitely this. And, I can echo the sentiment that they try. I just think that there is a huge divide between what the vision is, and, it feels a little bit like the truck is moving a little too slow at times, because this year definitely kind of really kind of hit the location, the hotel, the setup, the prices. And then, you do have to consider, if you're a student, you also have student member fees. If you're not a student, you have a membership fee, and that is, on top of this. So like, you are looking at a financial commitment to the organization that has started to look a lot more, I don't know how to say it really nicely, but it is just a financial investment that most people can't afford anymore, because companies have cut funding for people to go to conferences, and it's now a selection process. Not everybody on an HF team can necessarily go to the HF conference, and so it does feel a little it's starting to feel, there's the word that I was looking for, exclusive. And I'd like HFES to be more inclusive again, opposed to being so exclusive, if that makes sense. Barry, what are your thoughts?
I guess, I mean, on the ground, how many people are actually there? Does it feel busy to you folks on the ground, or is there plenty of people there?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I heard, was it 1,200?
1,200 is the attendance.
Yeah, 1,200 is
That's
about.
quite a few. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, having had bits of experience of seeing under the under the covers of these things, I mean, they're not cheap to put on. And actually, by the sounds of it, yes, it might not be in the center. I mean, I don't know what the travel time actually is to get there from an urban center, as it were. But we've had quite a few conferences now that are not, so the last two have not been bang in the center of the city. And actually, it's been quite nice to see some fields, to see some to go and have a walk and things like that, rather than being rammed in the center of a city. Unless you try these things, you don't know. And I guess you've also got a bigger challenge in the States as well, as you want to be around the country. So you don't, just because you find one place that works here, Washington or whatever, you still want to pan it around the country. And some are going to work and some aren't. I mean, 1,200 people going to a conference, that sounds like a pretty good turnout to me.
I'm going to say no, because it could be a lot more. I know that because I go to both. I go to the healthcare version of it as well. And I'm definitely, maybe it's because I just have a little bit more insight from the back. Like I know a little bit more as far as like setup and organization, and a lot of prices, and a lot of sponsorships and stuff like that, and it just feels sometimes I'm probably, I don't want to repeat it too much. I don't want to make that mistake again, because ADHD here, I'll find a hook and I'll keep going with it, but like it started to feel more exclusive over the last years, definitely. Because even if you select hotels that are like, Barry, to your sentiment, I actually like what you said. Sometimes you want to go for a walk. Sometimes you don't want to be in the center, right? You want to have that, right? But the problem we go up against in the States is more that those are going to be resorts. So, and that brings a different challenge with it, right? And to be fair, these 1,000 to 1,200 or 1,400 people, a lot of times 70% of that is the usual clientele. So,
well, for those folks who are on site, there is some things that you can do. So I'm going to go step aside and talk to Sylvain Bruni, and we'll see what you can do. We'll be back. All right, and welcome back. I'm sitting here with Sylvain Bruni. Hello, welcome back to the show.
Hi, thank you very much for having me.
Last time we talked on the show, I think, was back in, what, 2018? Was that Philadelphia? Something like that. It's been a long
Feels
time.
like a long time ago, a very long time ago.
Well, welcome back. So for those of you unfamiliar with Sylvain, could you just give folks a little bit of an overview of who you are?
All right, so I'm Sylvain. I'm a principal human systems engineer at Aptima. I've been with the company for 16 years, so it's been a long time. I've been a member of HFES for even longer, since 2005, when my advisor took me and our lab to the San Francisco conference, which was amazing. And I've been a member since then. I've been involved in a number of initiatives and groups within the organization. So the CEDMTG was one of them. I was the founding chair of the LGBTQ affinity group. And then I became the chair of the COAG, which is the Council of Affinity Groups. As of yesterday, I am the incoming program committee chair, so technical program committee chair, which basically is the conference chair. And it's a 3-year term starting for the conference next year, so ASPIRE2024 in Chicago.
So I said this ironically to you off screen before we had talked, but if anybody has any problems, you're the guy.
That is correct. I am very open and willing to hear feedback, positive, negative, constructive, everything that people have to say about how we can make the society better, the conference better, any gaps that need to be filled, all of that. I am a willing partner, and I really want to have discussions with people and good one-on-ones to understand what's happening and how we can be doing better for our members.
Yeah. So what's new? Ombuds, is that?
So the Ombuds program has actually existed for a while, and I am currently the Ombuds person. And this is a program meant to provide support, assistance to members if they encounter any issue with the conference that is at a personal level, and for which there needs to be a private outlet to discuss whatever issue arose. It is also a mechanism to hold the organization accountable to dealing with whatever may happen to our members on site. And so the information is available in the app. It's available on the HFES website as well. And people are welcome to contact me to share any issue or anything that they really want to communicate organizationally for something that may have happened to them. Or so examples of that are bad experiences, whether that's relationship with other people, or I was looking for X, Y, or Z resource to be available and it's not available, therefore I feel a bit excluded of this, or my experience at HFES or at Aspire is not optimal. Those are the kinds of things that we want to have conversations about and figure out. The mechanism then is those obviously are anonymous conversation. The gist of things is reported back to the organization. And as the Ombuds person, it is my job to make sure that the organization follows through in addressing whatever came up. And the goal of that is one more mechanism within the society to deliver the best experience possible to every member and every visitor to our Aspire conference.
Right. So sort of a follow-on question to that. You can't do anything if you don't get any feedback. So this is a two-parter. One, what are you doing to make sure that folks are aware of the Ombuds program? And two, what is the scope of sort of the problems that people can report? Because I feel like there might be some hesitancy if there's like a minor inconvenience or something.
Great question. So how we are advertising that, I know this is part of the email announcements that are done to every registrant, but also on a regular basis through the bulletin and the emails from the conference that are sent to the membership. I know it is on the website, it is on the app. And we make announcements at different committee meetings, particularly with the affinity groups, because that's where the idea of having an ombuds person actually came from. So all of the members in those groups in particular know that this is an active program of the organization. On the scope of grievances or feedback, it literally anything, right? It really can be anything, from what someone may consider to be very trivial, like, oh, there was no non-dairy milk alternative at that coffee break. Perfectly fine. Like, we need to hear that because it is part of the organization's goal to be inclusive of everyone. So we need to have options. Two things that may be really, really horrible that may happen, and I don't know, I hope nothing bad happens, but you never know when you have, you know, over 1,000 people in the same location for an extended period of time. So really anything is worth the time spent actually hearing about it and figuring it out.
Great. Just a personal question, like how does that information or those conversations get processed?
Great question. So people can contact me on my cell phone directly. The number is 617-417-0359. Wow. And this is my real cell phone, so you feel free to use it and contact me. You can text me as well. Often there is also an email address with HFES, or ombuds@hfes.org. People can send an email there, and that will be rerouted to me. Typically what happens is that we set up a conversation, a face-to-face conversation. If folks don't feel comfortable being face-to-face, then it happens on the phone. And from my end, so I maintain a confidential file so that I have notes minimized that are with respect to the situation or whatever issue happened. And then I have a reporting mechanism to the executive committee of HFES.
I'm glad you're on the case, because that all sounds great. So where is this going? Like, so what does the future look like? Is the Ombuds program going to expand, evolve? Like, what is the future for it?
So it really depends on how the members use it, right? So right now, I have been trained. So I've taken training in that field to be able to address you know, engagement with members who are reporting something, and then the process by which this gets then tracked with the organization and the accountability mechanisms that go with that. I have not been very much used. I will be frank, there hasn't been that much communication, which is both a good thing, maybe that is because there is no problem, or it is because people don't know about it or don't want to report or things like that. So to me, it is an essential to have, regardless of the volume, right, of interventions or discussions that need to happen. Longer term, I think the future will be for that to be a line item in the budget to actually hire somebody. There is an actual international professional society of ombuds people, and we've interacted with them to understand how they work and how people can be part of our events. And that's where I see the future of that program being, is that we actually do have a paid person for the duration of the various events that we have. So not just ASPIRE, but also the Healthcare Symposium and all the events we may have happening throughout the year, where they would be present and an available resource for that purpose.
Yeah, and would they be sort of independent of HFES?
So exactly. So as an ombuds person, you are accountable to the membership. Meaning that the role really answers to the membership, and that's the reason why it all holds the organization accountable to seeing through whatever comes their way. Obviously, I'm going to take more responsibilities within the organization, and so it is important to have a level of independence as well with respect to the organization. But as conference chair, I am not a member of the executive council. I do attend those meetings because I think it is important to know what's going on, but I'm not a member of that executive body of the organization. I'm not an officer either.
Great. Where can folks find out more if they want to report something? Or, I mean, you already gave your phone number.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
Yeah. Text me, call me 617-417-0359, or you can email the Ombuds address. All of that is in the app and on the website.
Excellent. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Of course, my pleasure.
Always a pleasure to have you here. We'll be right back with more right.
Welcome back. I'm here with Dory and Vianney here, doing the guerrilla testing of the HFES website. So it's a new website that has been recently redesigned. Dory, can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Of course. So around on Thursday morning, HFES posted a new website, and we wanted to just do some usability testing regarding if the new website is better, if we made improvements in certain areas, if there's certain areas that we need to improve on. On on behalf of Akil and the Digital Communications Committee. He just needed some members from the HFES to help with guerrilla usability testing.
I'm a member too. Student member.
Oh, that's great. How many folks have come by so far this week?
It seems like we've gotten quite a few amounts so far. I think we're around 30, 35 participants as of now.
Oh, great. Do you mind if we go ahead and give it a shot?
Of course.
Okay, sounds good. And we're going to go ahead and start with the guerrilla usability testing of the new HFS website.
Hello, thank you for participating today. We'll be explaining the new HFES website. The goal of this conversation today is to understand how members both far and wide use our website and how we can help make it better for you. Please note that in our conversation there are absolutely no right or wrong answers. We just want to know how you would use the website and your initial thoughts on this new website. The conversation should take around 10 minutes or so, but please feel free to talk more if you would want. The more you talk, the better we can help with your experience. Do you have any initial questions?
No, not for now. Yeah.
Sounds good. I guess to initially just get your background, what sector do you currently work in? Are you a student? Are you in industry?
Currently I'm a student, and yeah, I'm a student, a PhD student of human factors.
And are you an HFES member?
Yeah, HFES student member.
Student member? And how long have you been a member for?
Should be 2 years. 2 years.
And have you enjoyed your time so far as a student member?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm enjoying the community, meeting new people. There's always something new and interesting going on. So, yeah, it's been a pleasant experience as a member.
That's good. That's good. And you'll be using the laptop today for our study?
All right, cool.
And what are your main reasons for using the website?
I guess my main reasons using the website is to look for resources. For example, I think there's like a whole. Sorry, this is the things that I remember on top of my head. Like there's a link on the types of journals that you guys have, the types of other information. For example, sometimes I'm kind of nosy. I want to know who's the leadership and things like that. A little bit of profile. And I'd say my highest activity would be during the conference because that's where I get all my information at, like, oh, where's the venue, or things, the schedule and stuff, and usually there's an update. I do check the email, but I don't know, just going to the website is a lot easier than browsing through my email. So yeah, that's my main usage of the website.
Okay. And do you usually use the website on a laptop, on your iPhone? Are there any technological devices to this page of this website?
I think mostly would be on the phone. That's the first, and second is my laptop. Yeah, I use my laptop a lot.
Okay. And in regards to finding journal publications, could you show me how you would go about doing that on the website?
This particular website?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me try.
If you could start at the homepage.
Oh, okay. Should be publication. Well, this is pretty nice because I just hover my mouse on it, I mean the cursor on it, and it shows me what inside. So I know that, okay, not the education careers resources, but it's publication. Okay, journals, proceedings, neat. And I get to see all the journals that the HFES is publishing. So it's not just the human factors journals. There are other journals too. Nice. Oh, okay. This is new. Never. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's nice to know all the journals that are under HFES and knowing the links and stuff. So yeah, this is great. This is nice. At least it, whenever my friends or someone who's not a student or people in the industry and they don't really know HFES and they want to know what journals are under HFES, this is a good resource. You just this is a link, and even the URL itself, it's so obvious. So even if I give people the link, like hfes.org/publications, they know it's the link that says it's a list of journals, and so this is nice. Yeah.
So it seems like you found the overall flow regarding finding the journals and proceedings very easy. Okay.
Yep, I do think so.
Did you find that initially that it made sense for the journals to be under publications rather than education resources?
I think it's just my view as a student. So I see, okay, education and resources. I view journals and papers as resources, but I know it's not really the right term, and I think publication is a better term for that instead of resources. Then I think the category is fine. It's good, yeah.
So for what type of resources would you expect under education and career resources?
So without peeking what's inside, I would think, let me think. Okay, education resources first is all the accredited universities that's affiliated with the Human Factors and Economic Society. That is one. Resources, I don't know. So will be something that I'd like to explore because resources. There's a lot of things that could be inside, and it will be one of the page that I might be curious in. I just want to explore what's inside. Career resources would be job portals. Yeah, like companies that are hiring, or maybe a little bit guides of interview or things from human factors. So that's what I'm expecting.
Okay. And
so
then,
can I take a look what's inside?
Of course.
Just curious. Okay. Oh, nice. There's a dedicated student resource and award. Academic programs. I assume this is like the list of institutions that are affiliated. Cool. Job boards pretty obvious. I am curious about what is career resources. Do you mind if I take a look?
Of course.
I am not so sure about HFES Learning Center, but I'll try to take a look at it. It's pretty intriguing. Career resources. Oh, okay. Nice. Seems like a short directory with all the details. Members, cool. I would know people who I want to look for. Oh, mentorship program. This is new. Huh. This is nice. And
things that are most interesting to me
learning.
are like
Learning.
The program outline for sure.
Oh wait, is this from the Learning Center? Oh yeah, HFES Learning Center. Huh. This is cool. I could spend hours on this. There's a lot of things that I've never seen before.
And in regards to finding those resources, did the labeling of those resources under education and career resources make sense?
Yes, I think this is really, really appropriate. Yeah, HFES Learning Center, still the same label, and same colors and everything. So this is nice, yeah.
And in regards to finding information regarding the ASPIRE conference, did you find the website to be useful in regards to finding certain specific information regarding the timing of certain lectures that you were interested in finding, etc.?
Okay, let me try now. Let me go back to the home page, and well, I guess the nice thing is there's this Aspire thing in front, so it's either this or events. Oh, okay, neat. And I'm just gonna do it from this tab.
And
all right.
I got lucky, like Aspire is the first.
Oh, cool. Since I'm kind of familiar, like, yeah, I know what Aspire is, things, and I'm interested in the details. I saw the beauty on-site program guide right on top, and this is definitely something that I want to check.
That's personal preference. I think it's easy to read.
Oh, cool.
I don't have any sort of color blindness or anything, but I don't think it would be.
I guess this is the whole program. Nice. Oh, there's the map.
That's so random.
Yeah, it seems like it has everything. Yeah, I'm just curious what's inside more.
No problem.
All right, there are more details, registration, and I like how smooth it is. So it's just, there's not a lot of, it's, you know, when you have a lot of information, but you manage to package it in a way that doesn't have a lot of information. So this is cool. And yeah, it's nice. I can explore things. No, this is actually really, really good. I'm impressed.
Okay, cool.
Wait, is this website live yet?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
yes,
okay, cool.
Yeah, we just uploaded it Thursday morning.
I see. Yeah, I haven't checked the website in like a week, so looking at the changes. Oh wow, this is completely different.
Do you remember using the previous website?
Yes, so I mostly use it on my phone, and for example, let's say I want to look at the conference, I just do a Google search, HFES, ASPIRE2024, program outline, and just do that in Google search, because I think last time I had some difficulty trying to figure out where it is, and maybe just I was on my phone as well, so maybe not the best resolution or display to show all the information. And yeah, that's how I would do it. Google search on what I specifically want, whereas here, at least from my experience, it's all right to just go to the website and look for information there instead of depending on Google to give me the right page that I wanted. So yeah, nice. So I can just hit up hfes.org next time instead of Google search the page.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much for your participation. Your information has been widely appreciated, and it'll be super useful for future iterations.
No, thank you so much for letting me be on this usability testing. This is my first usability testing for a website. It's new for me, and it's a new website as well. So yeah, for people who are watching this show, feel free to come to the usability testing booth across, let me see, across Salon F. Yes, please come here and tell us what you think about the new website. Bye.
Where does it come from? It's always been there.
The fire that burns inside each of us.
The passion to serve.
To distill complexities into elegant solutions with precision and empathy.
To study, design, build, test, and continue to improve systems that help people live better, safer, and more productive lives.
Our work is not just a job. It's our calling to elevate lives and empower all humans.
And it requires the background and perspective of academics, researchers, students, scientists, engineers, and all human factors and ergonomics practitioners from every industry and in every corner of the globe.
We gather to foster collaboration and unlock exponential possibilities.
We aspire to inspire others.
We are the Human Factors in Ergonomics Society.
Together, we are advancing systems and practice through innovation, research, and education.
What will you aspire to?
Join us.
All right, and we're back. I'm sitting here with Philippe Doyon. Right. Welcome back to the show, man. It's been a few years at least.
Yeah.
You talked to Woodrow at, what was it, HCI?
Yeah,
way back when?
2018.
Is it 2018? I thought it was like 2016. It's been a minute, but you're here representing
the Aerospace System TG.
Aerospace Systems TG. So what is going on over at the Aerospace Systems TG? Like,
right.
Seems like you got your stuff together.
Right. So since the last few months with the executive committee, so we have Amanda and Arjun, we try to plan to be able to have more visibility to our members so that they know what's going on in the executive committee, and try to give back to our group so that they see that we're active and that they can benefit from our group. So I guess in the last few months, we put together a website to at least have a visible place as to what's going on in our group. And on that website, I think the most useful page is the resource page, where we'll list together a list of website, books, articles, and mind you, podcasts that people can, read, listen to, or consult to be able to learn, what is aviation human factors. And so I think that's our curated list of resources that people can go to. So that's where we started, and then after that we try to organize visibility for the conference. So we did a pre-interview with the chairs of the 2 panels that we're having this week. So that was very helpful. And from there, we're also, trying now to give more visibility to our members. So we have a member spotlight to try to show what's going on in our community. And so what we'll do next is a research spotlight to let them know, what's cool and trending in our discipline to be done. So that's what we did so far, and I think the feedback we had from members is that they love it, and they really when they had an opportunity they said thank you to to bring back the activity and the energy in the TG. So that sounds very cool. And yeah, I guess you're starting back. So September and October, we'll try to have to become a news outlet for our discipline. So that's what we'll be looking into the next few weeks.
Well, that's near and dear to my heart. I mean, like the news piece specifically, but as someone from another TG, I'm looking on enviously going, what's going on over here?
Right.
Where can we get that? So where do you think this goes? Do you think this proliferates to other TGs? Do you think this is a model for others going forward? Like what's next?
I guess we all learn from each other. And I've learned a lot, going around the tables on Monday evening, and I've tried to learn, what the other guys are doing so that we can bring it back to RTG. So yeah, I think what I've seen is that everyone is active. And I think the call from, Camille and our previous president is really to be able to have more visibility and to be active, to give value back to our members. And I think this is the call, and the call has been heard by everyone. So yeah. So I'm very excited about the future months that will be going for our group and for the other groups. And I think HFES is in a better position than it has ever been before. So that's very exciting for our group.
Yeah. Where can folks find out more about you or the Aerospace Systems TG?
We are on HFES aerospace.org. So we have a cool URL that you can find out that we can look about. And other than that, it's LinkedIn, for social media. So we're on LinkedIn. We have a LinkedIn page also for people to subscribe and just have timely news outlet. So great.
Excellent. Phil, thanks for coming back to the show. Pleasure to have you.
So glad to see you again. We meet every HFES.
Yes. We'll be right back with more right after this. Stay tuned. Oh wait, so that was okay, man. Oh geez, look at this whole live stream mess that we're in. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that music.
Who created
this? Is looking good.
What?
That live music that you have going on. Put that as one of my on Slack or something.
Say again, Barry.
If only we had some experience as a team of doing this, that we won't come across.
Hey, you know what would make this really easy is if everyone was here in person. Okay. Barry, I'm looking at you. I'm looking right at you.
That's fine. I mean, I was clearly missing the plane ticket. I mean,
over there.
You just linked.
Human Factors Europe.
Oh, I think Heidi's on mute. Heidi's doing the mute battle.
I'm doing the mute battle again. Yeah, sorry. I said that is a low blow. I literally just had back surgery last week. Thanks.
Hey, look, I said I was looking at Barry. You have an excuse. I was not about to put you on blast for that, okay?
And I stood up.
I want to go where Barry's at. He's got some great sights over there.
I defended Barry, but I was muted.
Well, I appreciate the defense anyway.
It's not like you don't need it. I mean, rebuttal and all. But my first question here: what did you guys think of the website?
I've got to say, just on the first instance before they give the reaction, I think it's very brave to launch a website and then put in front of a whole bunch of human factors practitioners to then test it, rather than I'd have kind of done it the other way round personally. But yeah, as Heidi said, what do you guys think of it?
I mean, I can't, Barry, echo over here. I'm like, I cannot believe they did this. They have an organization that has thousands of members that literally are experts in this. Like, they could have asked us to volunteer. They could have had a better group up. They could have done all these things. And you know damn well everybody was going to be happy to participate. Like, I would have even helped. Like, that is some brave stuff to put a new website out that is completely untested on the actual user. I'm like, wow. I mean, in medical, we would never get away with something like this, but yeah, you know, I don't know whether to say kudos or like, you know, thumbs up or like, I don't know how I feel about this one.
Did they ever say explicitly that the website wasn't tested internally? I think this might just be a way to kind of promote it and get some eyes on it.
I think it absolutely might be. I think it feels like it would be a very brave person not to go through the usual channels that we would. But even so, I think still having a lab there saying, come and do some usability testing on our website is still a brave thing to do. I mean, by all means, come and look at the website, come and have a troll through and see what you think of it. But to invite to invite usability testers to come to usability testing on your product that represents you as an organization, that's bold. But having looked at the site while the interview was going on and listening to what was going on, I've got to say it's quite crisp, it's quite clean. There seems to be, having not dived into it massively, but there seems to be the big things that you need, where right up front. So so far, and I like the color palette so far. So I mean, but you guys have looked at it a bit more than me. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm split because I'm not going to call out specific things because this is not the place. But I did do like a little, drive over, and I found one of the things that bugged me in the old site is still on the new site, and so I was like, dang it! Like, I was like, I wish that would have been like, I don't know.
Yeah, there's still some hiccups for sure. I mean, like, I had an experience where I was trying to check my membership. Like, we were in the car and I was trying to check some details about my membership, and because they're handled by two separate portals, right? There's the HFES website, and then I go to check my membership. It was linking to maybe a new one or something, and my stuff wasn't connecting. So sounds like maybe there are still some issues to work itself out. As with the other interviews, what did you guys think about the Ombuds program? I know we're kind of going hard on it, but you mentioned.
I mean, I don't know, Barry. You want to go for? I don't know. I feel odd about it because I haven't tried it. Obviously, it does remind me of what we have in the aviation industry when I was, working when I was a pilot or training to be a pilot or any of the above, all the above. That's definitely something, we're shown and taught in flight school. And it's kind of that anonymous recording of incidences, right? Events, so that things can be approved, whether it's ATC related, RAM traffic, communications, aircraft to tower, like all of these things, right? But also, I know also from the aviation industry that those reports are also, I shouldn't speak for everybody. I just remember in flight school, like how it was perceived. And even with it being anonymous, people did not want to do it as willingly. Let's just put it that way. And and they hated having to do it because it is cumbersome. So I wonder how cumbersome this is, right? And how anonymous it really is. Because if you think about all the technology that we have nowadays, is anything that we do online really anonymous? So
Let me walk through
that's
a little thing that happened, because after he was here, I actually sat down with him and communicated some of the stuff that we had talked about at the top of the show. And
okay.
then I started getting into maybe some more specific things about maybe a podcast's presence at an event. And so when you start to talk about things like that, I can imagine the data may not be as anonymous when somebody higher up would see it. They go, oh, I know where that came from. But and I will say there are some certain things that I mentioned in there that were personal to me, and it was a little difficult to communicate it. But I think the person receiving that information is just as important as having the mechanism to do so. He was very receptive. He was very intent on listening and sort of documenting the issues. Frank, you were in the room with me while I was doing it. And like I said, some of these things, very minor, down to like a Wi-Fi name that is here that was upsetting because of something that happened last week. So, and I told them that, and that's like, oh, that's actionable. We can actually have the hotel take that website down. So, or that Wi-Fi down. So there are some things that they do have control over, and trying to open up a little bit about that was a little weird. And I have rapport with them, and I can imagine how it might be for someone to do, but again, it was a very comfortable experience once it started going.
I did a little bit of Google research on ombudsman or the ombuds programs, and it's available in a lot of different places. And the way that they have it in some of these other domains is it's more of a mediator. So if there's any conflict between parties or even personal conflict, they're well trained to be able to mediate those things. And I think you probably experienced some of that, of just receiving the compliment, not being judgmental about it, but just kind of accepting the comment and then seeing what can be done from an action standpoint, or for just noting it so that to reduce your conflict on those particular issues.
I mean, I think from almost an external perspective, having this type of program is not only really good, but I think vital to these type of organizations going forward. Because it's a membership-based organization, so we are talking about people. People have come in many different sizes, and with lots of different opinions and needs and wants. So not everyone's going to be all of the time. So you need the ability to highlight a way with confidence, and what you've described there feels like it's a good route. It's a route you can have confidence in reporting. The anonymity about it is important, because you've got to be able to feel you might want to put forward something really quite sensitive, and make sure that is actioned. And it's all part about making a proper just culture, about having the ability to report stuff, and as long as that is then followed up, and you can see the changes that are happening, and also what the organization benefits as a result as well. So it either becomes more robust in what it's doing, or it becomes better because normally if you report something, it's actually not just you that's got the problem. There is probably more people who have either something similar or whatever. So you actually make the organization more strong and robust. And once you use it once, Heidi mentioned the anonymous pilot reporting programs. A lot of the pilots that I've worked with in the past, when we talked about these type of things, like particularly on the flight deck, or particularly a lot of senior people, what they found was the first one or two that they ever did, they were really scared about. They were really concerned about, because they didn't know, they didn't really believe that it was an anonymous system. They didn't really believe change would happen. But actually, that's what's made aviation one of the most safe industries that there is now, is because pilots do report that, and actually the more experienced pilots use it quite vociferously. And having seen a lot of reports, and if we can get to that situation here, and that it's actually not just HFES that can learn from this, it's a lot of other organizations as well, because I've had experience recently of people reporting things to me and having to report stuff and noticing that we don't necessarily have these sort of mechanisms in place. So this, I think, as long as it works and your experiences suggest that it's definitely going in the right direction, then it's great. I would suggest one thing though. He's very keen to give out his number. What is the opportunity for us to ring that now and see if it works? He says probably not the best approach to take. Just
that would make some amazing live stream content, I think.
It would, wouldn't it?
Well, here, how about this? How about anyone who's listening or watching right now live? Why don't you try it if you have anything that you'd like to tell? Right, see if it happens, and then report back on the comments section of wherever you're watching, and see if it works. I'd love to know. Let's take a quick detour here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Heidi.
Oh, I was just going to say something in response to Barry, and I think that's really good that he brought that up, because it's the culture you're setting that allows programs like these to thrive, right? With him mentioning like the first couple. So if you remember, like, well, you don't. Sorry, I just misconfused you for old co-students in my flight program, but like, it's the culture you work in that will allow you to adapt that, like, thinking of these things to be helpful and useful and overcome your barrier initially, right? In flight school, obviously, we're all afraid of it because it's admitting to screw up sometimes, right? So I will definitely echo what he says. It's like that just culture, that safety culture, right? That it perpetuates. And when it then works, it actually works. So it is interesting to see it in a domain like this. Honestly, I wish we had something like this in medical, but I feel like we are still so far away in medical from overcoming the barrier of, like, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to highlight my organization, my product, me, whatever, our work, whatever. So I definitely want to see how it works out.
Yeah. Let's take a quick detour to talk a little bit about format. So we took a little bit of a risk here with trying to go out into the field and take a look at sort of a field report. Was that interesting from like an outsider's perspective to get a new perspective rather than us just sitting in a room?
Yeah, I think going and, as I said, treading the tarmac, but not treading the carpet, is a really neat way of doing it. And I think what we found in previous years when we've done this, while you've been there present doing all the legwork, getting people to come to you is fine. But yes, getting almost that idea of what people are doing in their own environment is really interesting as well. I think there's probably a balance to be struck. I think perhaps lynching some people and bringing them into the live stream as well would be cool in the future. But let's, we don't know what the full of what works until you are on the ground, and you know what real estate you've got to play with, etc., and whether people actually turn up. So yes, getting that balance right is good, but it's really cool seeing people in their natural habitat.
Well, for sure. And I'd also be interested, Nick and Frank, if you could like tell us a little bit of what new products or like technologies you saw. Usually there's like an exhibit hall with conferences like these. I know last year at HFES, the exhibit wasn't that big, but I'd be curious if you saw anything cool, gadgets, software, application, anything like. Tell us more.
We did. Yeah, Heidi, there has never been a more perfect segue. So we got some more tape. Why don't we roll it?
That's what you got me for.
All right, and we're back. I'm sitting here with Ian Smith.
Oh, that was
Ian,
perfect, Heidi. Thank you.
Yeah,
nice.
wow.
Nice job.
So glad to have you. So, Ian, for those of those folks who are listening or watching who may not be familiar with you
Yeah,
or
there's
your
this
work,
little.
could you
This
just
is
give a
like a
little
short
overview
Boeing
of
interview, and
what you do?
then Frank
Sure.
goes on the
So
floor and
I'm a
talks to
human
some folks
engineer
about
Boeing. We
technologies.
what we call human
So it's
factors,
pretty cool.
and mostly I do
We had
physical ergonomics
a
training
knocker
for
at the
shop
door,
floor
so
mechanics.
let me go see
So
what
we're
that's
helping them
about,
out
and
in
then
training for
we'll be right back. I'm
how
gonna
they
try
feel
to
to
get
make
the
sure
camera
they feel
situation
better
figured out too.
ergonomic posture wise.
Awesome. So you're
Okay.
actually a friend of the show.
Yeah, this
because
this one's
by extension, because we've had Chris on here many times, Chris Reed many times.
this one's 32
You want to
minutes.
explain your relationship to Chris?
So
Sure.
about half
So
hour.
it's a relatively recent development. He was my mentor for a long time, but now I'm officially his chief of staff on a rotational basis. So for the next couple months, just helping him out in terms of human factors as a strategy level.
Chris is a good friend of the show. I hope we can talk to him this week. How's the conference treating you? How's it going so far?
I've been really enjoying it, meeting a lot of people that I knew from undergrad and grad school, as well as for long faces I haven't met in a while, but seeing some of the presentations. One of my favorite personally is some of the HARP translation, the human autonomous robotic teaming presentations have been really excellent. So
that's good. So what's going on at Boeing? What's exciting over there?
Sure. So I'm really excited about the growth that we have right now. So we have a lot of opportunities up and coming for the growth of human factors, or human engineering, as I was saying, and that we are looking to absolutely pursue and grow those opportunities for human factors and human engineering for many of our locations and companies or spots across the world. We're looking to expand, and we're really excited for maybe some of your listeners to come join us and come work for us to protect, connect, and inspire people across the world.
Well, aspire to inspire.
Yes. Good on you.
Ian, where can folks find
About
out
30 minutes
more about
left,
you
yeah.
or more about these opportunities over at Boeing?
Sure. So I'm on LinkedIn. My name's Ian.
No, I
I-A-I-N.
said yeah, I said
So if you spell
32.
3 letters, you won't find me, but I-A-N Smith, that should be
Yeah.
easy to find.
Yeah.
And I'm at Boeing. And then for people that want to look for opportunities, it's boeing.com/careers. So that we look to find some of the opportunities that are coming down the pipe.
Perfect. Ian, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll be back with more right after this.
Welcome back. Here with Daniel for 3DMD. Daniel, what do you have us in store for today?
So 3DMD, we sell and manufacture systems that capture the human form down to a submillimeter level of accuracy. So authentic, near ground truth 3D data sets of the hands, heads, up to full bodies in motion as well, up to 120 frames per second.
Oh, sounds good. And in terms of specificity or accuracy, how close can you get in terms of the modeling?
So each one of the models per se, they whether it's a head or a full body or a hand, they have down to 0.2 millimeters of linear distance accuracy. So if you were to place a point on the surface and another point and measured that distance, it would have an accuracy down to 0.2 millimeters, which is key for any kind of authentic recreation of the human form.
Oh, that's great. Well, let's walk over and take a look here. And so you mentioned there are different applications for this kind of work. Can you tell me more about the different kinds of applications?
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll see here, these are a lot of, we have over 30 different applications, 30 different markets we sell into. We started in the medical community and developing measurement possibilities for patients or for doctors who were looking to correct patients with cleft lip and palate. From there, we're in a variety of different healthcare organizations, from children's hospitals to teaching hospitals and universities worldwide. With the human factors side, the body scale is really big, because if you have access to a full body data set in motion down to sub-millimeter level of accuracy, the world is open to you in terms of what you can extract out of that data set, whether it's, say, evaluating form and fit for apparel, for any kind of wearable device, or evaluating how the apparel functions. All that could be done if you have access to the Surface 3D data sets that come out of the system. Further from that, how do you train your devices or your algorithms to understand how humans act and interact and behave? You need authentic 3D data to be able to inform those algorithms. And without that authentic first generation near ground truth data sets, we like to call it, you're basically starting with lower quality data, and any kind of training pipeline requires the best possible quality data at the beginning, because at the end of it, you're going to start degrading it to kind of extract information out of it. So start with the best, you get great results from that.
Oh, that's great. Great description of your technology. In terms of applications and other kinds of tools, how does the 3DMD tool work with those other applications?
So you can see in this screen, you might not be able to see it on the video, but in any case, we developed downstream applications that enable us to take the first generation images, the data sets that come out of the system, and then we deform, it's a form of non-registration using template models. So template body data sets, template heads, which are homologous meshes that have rigging, so they have bones, and they're watertight structures. So we're able to deform those models into the shapes, approximate shapes of our real subjects, because we have access to the first generation data sets. So with access to that first generation data set, our second generation data sets with all the rigging, the animation possibilities from there is more realistic, it's more authentic. So that's the key for what we're able to do with all of our downstream applications, is providing that level of authenticity to the research that can be done with animation, with motion analysis, all of that.
Oh, that's great news. So where can folks find a little bit more about this technology?
So best place to go is our website, 3dmd.com. I always like to push people to our customer research tab, because it is where you're going to find hundreds and hundreds of peer-reviewed papers from our customers who've been utilizing our software and our hardware to further their research goals, whether it's in the healthcare sector, human factors, all over, just a wide variety of papers.
Awesome. Yeah, so it sounds like a great way to see some of the use cases for the technology to learn more. Well, hey, Daniel, thank you very much for your time. Over to you, Nick.
And we're back. I'm sitting here with Ocean Tiagi. Hello, and welcome to the show.
Thank you for inviting me. Yeah.
We're so glad you're here.
Yeah.
For those of you who are unfamiliar with you, can you just give us a little bit about who you are and
Sure. So I am Ocean Tiagi, and I am an assistant professor in University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, in the Industrial and Operations Engineering Department. I am also one of the faculty, which is a part of the Center for Ergonomics in our department, and my research specialization is in neuroergonomics, specifically understanding neuromuscular fatigue and the role of the central nervous system in neuromuscular fatigue. So when I say neuromuscular fatigue, I simply mean muscle fatigue, but I specifically use the word neuromuscular to acknowledge that muscle fatigue isn't always purely a failure of the muscle.
That's fascinating.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah.
from somebody who
Yeah.
neuro is like the furthest thing from,
Yeah.
fascinating.
Yeah.
So you're here to talk about some new research that you're presenting on? Are you presenting?
So my my graduate student, my PhD student, Noorin Mohsen. So she presented a late-breaking abstract, I think it was LBR1, on prefrontal cortex oxygen. I don't remember the title exactly, but it was about, she was discussing about prefrontal cortex oxygenation during fatigue under stress.
Okay, and
yeah.
can you tell me a little bit about what interesting findings did you get from that?
Sure. So before I do that, I think I need to explain a little bit about this research space.
Oh, sure. Please do.
So neuromuscular fatigue or muscle fatigue essentially is classically defined as, the muscle's ability to generate force or its inability to generate force. But when we think of physical fatigue or muscular fatigue in terms of like exercise performance and exercise endurance, that necessarily isn't, so muscle necessarily isn't the only factor that plays a role in your experience of fatigue. In fact, there is a lot of feedback information that comes in through proprioceptive, pathways and through different senses, and then there is a emotional, motivational connotation to it as well. So if you don't need to know more about this like this particular area of work, I highly suggest reading people like Marcora and Noakes. They have done like a lot of discussion and like what exactly is fatigue and what is the role. Then comes the question of what is the role of perception of effort and then cognition in terms of fatigue. So this particular topic has always been very interesting to me. So what I really want to understand is what is the role of the cognitive brain in fatigue? How does it, controls and manages different areas of the brain and the motor areas of the brain because of which you are able to exert force, and then how that might break down in specific critical conditions like under the state of stress, so cognitive stress, or under high level of, let's say, mental workload. So things like that, where there is a interaction of high cognitive as well as physical demand. So what we wanted to understand is how prefrontal cortex oxygenation would break down when, let's say, you are fatiguing under the state of stress, because we know that stress has an effect on the brain and the cognitive brain specifically, and it stimulates the like autonomic nervous system. So we wanted to understand how exactly does this PFC, which is already doing this task of like managing fatigue and regulating your experience of fatigue, how would it function when it is under the state of stress? So that's what we those are the results that we disseminated in our study, where we found out that PFC activation with respect to exercise performance actually went down under the state of stress, throughout the exercise performance, which does make sense because stress was induced by a cognitive demand, and just because it's a cognitive demand, mental resources will be used to meet that demand, which means now there are fewer resources available for the physical demand.
Right. So I'm going to grossly oversimplify.
Yeah.
Under stress,
Yeah.
you might experience some fatigue as well.
Yes, you do experience of fatigue as well, but interestingly, your feeling of fatigue, so you're doing exercise, and because your brain is almost distracted by this cognitive load that you've put in, and also this stress that it is trying to manage, when you're exercising, your perception of fatigue, it was found that it was actually delayed. And this is for the young, healthy population. We did find that throughout exercise performance, yes, the perception of fatigue was delayed, but they also lost precision in their ability to exert force, which means that when they were supposed to exert force at a certain target level, their fluctuation in that ability to maintain a steady line was higher under the state of stress. So there is this compromise in motor performance because of the distraction. But then there is also this delay in this perception of fatigue because of the distraction. So now what we want to do is, because there are studies that have shown that behaviorally vulnerable populations, weaker populations are affected more by stress, their fatigability is affected more by stress. Now I want to look at what happens when, let's say, someone with PTSD is getting doing exercise under fatigue, or like how does this relationship of the prefrontal cortex with the motor areas of the brain change with specific pathologies.
Gotcha. What can I ask you?
Yeah.
Like, can you pause it a little bit on perhaps what your findings might mean
Mhm.
for an application of it? Like can we start to
Yeah.
generalize some guidance around like
Yes.
don't exercise when you're stressed or something, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
no, so that's a very good point. So I'll start with this caveat that this is more on the fundamental side of things. There's going to be a lot of steps that will need to be taken before it can be, like applicable in certain situations. But essentially, if we can understand how this fatigue is experienced, and if it is perception based, if your experience of fatigue isn't simply that your muscle is getting tired, it's giving you a signal and now you're stopping because your muscle is tired. It's a lot more complicated than that. It's how you're perceiving your muscle to be tired, and in different contextual scenarios that will that would be different. So let's say when you're trying to design a task with both dual like cognitive and physical demands, right? Let's say for an industry work, it's a repetitive kind of a work, you need to take into account that perception of effort might not exactly be the same in both conditions, which means some people might get fatigued faster, some people actually might get fatigued later, but precision control might be a problem, like their ability to maintain the amount of force. So in industry these things is important with respect to understanding what are the demands any kind of job is putting on a person. Then on the clinical side of things, if we can understand, let's say if we realize that, oh, prefrontal cortex is the one which is giving you the experience of fatigue. Now let's say, can I delay that experience? Let's say by some sort of a stimulation technique or an inhibition technique, but then there needs to be a lot of work in terms of ethics and in terms of maintaining safety. And so you see what I mean? So this is like very, I would say, this is not right now at a stage
tip
where
of
it
the
can,
iceberg.
it cannot not be directly applied, but I'm hoping that this work in the future will be able to lead to some really cool applications.
Yeah, I fully believe it will. I mean, I'm a practitioner by nature, but it's always this foundational research that really does sort of kick open the door for some of those application
It's
pieces.
just that it is so slow that you cannot always find the exciting thing to catch on to, like when there is, but it still should be done, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Folks want to learn more about you, where can they find you?
So I am still setting up my lab because I'm a new faculty, but you can find me through the University of Michigan website. You can go to the Industrial Operations Engineering department. Look at their roster. I'm there in their like faculty list. Feel free to email me as well. At my professional email, it's publicly available to people. And if you have any questions, just send me an email. And if I don't respond, I'm sorry, but sometimes if you ask a very interesting, even if I'm...
Are you tired of boring and textbooks on human factors and UX? Well, grab your headphones and get ready for a wild ride with the Human Factors Minute podcast. Each minute is like a mini crash course packed with valuable insights and information on various organizations, conferences, usability methods, theories, models, certifications, tools, and much more. We'll take you on a journey through the fascinating world of human factors, from the ancient history to the latest trends and developments. Listen in as we explore the field and discover new ways to enhance the user experience. From the Think Aloud protocol to the critical incident technique, focus groups, iterative design, we'll make sure that you're the smartest person in the room. Tune in on the 10th, the 20th, and the last day of every month for a new and interesting tidbit related to human factors. Don't miss out on the Human Factors Minute podcast, your ultimate source for all things human factors.
Welcome back. Joined here with Rob over here at Smart Eye. He's got a lot of great things to show us today. Rob, what are some things that you're showcasing today for today's participants?
Sure. Thanks, Frank. So what we're showing here today is our 3D remote multi-camera head and eye tracking system, along with our biometric platform that allows you to tie together eye tracking together with other biometric sensors, such as galvanic skin response, ECG, EEG. We can do voice analysis and even emotion recognition. So I have a system here that's set up. This is a very simple system set up on my laptop. Just to show you what that makes the Smart Eye Pro system unique is the usage of a 3D model. Here you can see a very simple model of my laptop. In a typical automotive setting or an aviation setting, we would have the whole cockpit modeled. Now, what makes this so beneficial is a lot of eye tracking systems will tell you where the eyes are, and they will tell you where the gaze vectors are, but they don't tell you what the gaze is intersecting. It makes it a post-processing nightmare to every time the head moves or the eyes move to figure out where that gaze is intersecting in the environment. So the advantage with the 3D model is you can name all of your objects. So you can see here I have the screen labeled, I have the keyboard, the touchpad. And you can see here as I'm tracking, you can see my head. I can move very comfortably side to side. I can move forward and backward, and we maintain robust tracking. So that's pretty and that's a very large head box, and that's one of the things that Smart Eye specializes in. But the true advantage with that 3D model is that you can see here in your data that we're capturing. So we timestamp all of your data, and as I scroll down, you can see we provide the head position, head rotations, eye positions, gaze vectors. And here's the real advantage to having that 3D model. So you can see in this line here, if you look across, you read the XYZ coordinate positions, and then you also see where it says screen. That's because my gaze is currently intersecting the screen. Now, if I look down at the keyboard, you can see how on the data it changes. So now it says keyboard, I assume it says touchpad, back to keyboard, and then back on the screen.
Oh, so you name those properties, the zones?
You name all of the objects within your environment that you want to track on.
And how has it changed in terms of the time it takes to do all this setup since you've kind of started at Smart Eye?
Sure. So when I first started, we had some very large cameras. I think they were like 0.3 megapixels. Now the cameras, as you can see, are quite a bit smaller. These are fantastic for tracking in compact and complex environments as well. Work in automotive testing, so in simulators, in vehicles. We do testing in aviation, so we do a lot of pilot training, pilot monitoring activities. So it's really opened up a lot of doors for us. We even do tracking in control rooms, air traffic control, things like that.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Yeah. And if you continue to scroll down some of the data, you can see we provide over 175 measurements up to 120 times a second. So you can see like eye opening, blink velocities, pupil diameter, and then you get down here into the facial positions, and then we can even now do emotions. So you can see here, we're tracking, if I smile, you'll see joy taps out at close to 100.
Oh, wow.
Smile.
Look at that.
Smile. And even things like disgust. So if I go, oof, I make a sound, or make a face like, oof, oof. You can see it's captured.
Oh, disgust, yeah. Disgust is lighting up.
Right. So we can capture those emotions real time within your testing. And then we can continue down in all the facial features, and then we can get even drowsiness levels. So we use the Karolinska sleepiness scale.
Okay.
We report out everything from 5 to 10. So here you can actually see I might be a little bit tired today. So I was up quite early this morning, so you can see I'm already measuring a 5. Now, if you look at the screen above here, what you'll see is this is the iMotion software by Smart Eye. The iMotion software allows you, it's a biometric platform, that allows you to tie together head and eye tracking together with things like other biometric sensors like galvanic skin response, ECG, EEG, voice analysis, things like this. So you can get a deeper understanding into human behavior and performance. And you can see the iMotion software directly imports the SmartEye Pro 3D model as well. Here we're doing gaze overlay using a camera placed behind the driver. And we calibrate those to the SmartEye Pro system with that camera image so you can see a direct overlay. Here we're showing some of the gaze trails, some of the fixations, and so forth. Here a deer actually jumped out in front of me, and you can see the spike in galvanic skin response. You can see my heart rate increased. So it really provides a deeper understanding into human behavior and performance.
All right, well, that's pretty neat. Some really good applications, driving simulators, other kinds of simulators. I can imagine there could be some, depending on the amount of specificity that folks want to have some kind of usability applications and other kinds of things.
Sure, sure.
Awesome. Well, hey, where can we go to find more information? The website, those kinds of
so
things?
you can go to our website here at www.smarteye.se.
Oh, okay, great. Well, hey, thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate it.
Thanks
for the time for talking.
Technology in our world is evolving at a phenomenal pace, and keeping up with what that means in the human factors world can be challenging. That's where Human Factors Cast comes in. Human Factors Cast is a weekly podcast that highlights and breaks down stories that are chosen by you, the Human Factors community. Each week, a panel made up of human factors practitioners, UX specialists, and engineers sit down to discuss a weekly dose of knowledge that keeps you up to date with the latest areas of interest.
New York State is giving out hundreds of robots as companions for the elderly.
Buttons in cars are safer and quicker to use than touchscreen.
A prototype just achieved a major milestone that actually fits the description of a flying car.
The show provides perspective based on experiences from different domains and different industries. We even cover some of the hottest conferences in the field. On this episode, we're recapping EHF, Ergonomics and Human Factors Conference, Neuroergonomics Conference, Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, UXPA International, the International Symposium on Human Factors and Ergonomics in Healthcare, and we have the best guests. I'm joined today by Chris Reed, Micah Inslee, Farzan Sassin Gohar, Joe Keebler, Peter and Gabby Hancock. We have a dedicated community of listeners that engage with the show and contribute to the topics discussed. Join me, Nick Roome.
And me, Barry Kirby.
Every Friday morning when Human Factors Cast drops on YouTube and your favorite podcast directory. And remember, it depends.
And we're back. I'm sitting here with Natalia Rusivigoja. Hello, welcome to the show.
Hi, Nick. Thank you for inviting me.
So glad to have you here. So Natalia, for folks who are unfamiliar with you and your work, can you just give us a little bit about you and sort of what your experience is in human factors?
Yeah, sounds great. So I am right now a user researcher lead for software networking at IBM, IT automation. Prior experience, I worked 4 to 5 years at KBR NASA Johnson Space Center. For that, HP, and I graduated with a PhD in industrial engineering with focus on human factors and ergonomics from Texas Tech University. Couple of internships at Medtronic, Denison Industries. So that's a quick summary about my experience.
That's a good way to summarize a lot of stuff. So what are you here to talk to us about today? You're here to talk to us about something new?
Yeah. So there are definitely many things happening at IBM right now. As a lead, I had the opportunity to work in different products that are coming. There are many different ways that software networking happens right now. People have different tools that allow the applications to be like for you to watch Netflix at home, or for the emergency situations to be like the information that you need at the right time. So there are many systems that allow you to do that, but there is no one system that allows you to see everything in one place.
Mm-hmm.
And we are looking into this application management centric solutions where you can see everything that is in your network, security, firewalls, everything in one place. And also the opportunities that it has with AI components, trying to facilitate decision making and be more proactive in the optimization of the different routes that might be needed to get the information that you need when you need it.
Okay, yeah. So kind of consolidating all this various information in one place. So what about that is particularly exciting, innovative, interesting to you?
It's very exciting because when we look at the future, we see that things work kind of like when you watch a movie, it comes to your house and you don't know what's happening in the back end, right? When there is an emergency situation, you don't know how the information is coming, but if there is an opportunity to bring things the fastest way, the most optimum way, with the higher fidelity possible and the more secure way that you know that your information is not being affected, I think that is very, very interesting. And it affects many different businesses, from hospitals, banks, schools. So it's affecting our lives and our family and our friends' life. And I think that is super interesting. It's a new way to see how software networking is going, and we are like often trying to figure out what is a better way to do things and exploring different ways to not make just things useful, but things that people can use, people that have a value for them, some things that people can say, you know, I love this because it makes difference in my life and in the life that I am trying to serve, which is a business at the enterprise level.
Right. So what's the future? What does that look like?
The future is right now having very user-centric solutions where even if you get to autonomous networks, that you have the human involved and that you know that it's adding value to the human in many different aspects. So it's exciting because human factors, user researchers are there and are being part of this. And we are trying to identify this solution with things that are actually valuable for the human. Not just designing technologies for designing a new technology, but a technology that is actually serving the user.
You know, the most exciting thing for me, especially with like AI and it's going to take our job, that there's job security for us human factors engineers out there. There's always going to be a human somewhere in all of that. So thank you so much. Where can folks find out more about you or any of the efforts going on about at IBM?
Yeah, I will be happy to connect on LinkedIn. There is also user research opportunities. If there is anyone who wants to participate in our studies, there is a site that I can share later. There's user research at IBM. And this is an opportunity for you to drive and provide feedback on future technologies where they are going to be tailored to you and to better serve you. So that will be a great place to learn more about that. And yeah.
Excellent. Natalia, thank you so much for being on the show. We'll be back with more right after this.
Thank you for inviting me.
Well, I think it's just us, Heidi, because I think we're just going to hear disembodied voices in the background because of the technical issues that we're having there on camp. I don't know, ground zero. Yeah.
Can we talk just a little bit about it? Because here's what's actually happening is a session just got out. Normally, we have the luxury of having a hard wire right into the internet. And so what is happening right now is a session just came out. And I think what's happening is it's stressing the Wi-Fi that we are connected to. So I'm going to rely heavily on Heidi and Barry to carry this next segment. So over to you while we troubleshoot on our end.
Well, I think I've troubleshooted it for you. It's because you don't have a hard wire. If you had a hard wire, you wouldn't have a problem. There you go. That didn't take that long. But no, I mean, it is one of these things. We were talking about the organization and the setup earlier. This is, I guess, where some of the you go to a conference center and you kind of expect things to be, you know, this is almost it's a basic need now, isn't it? When you're doing this type of thing, that you need to have enough competent Wi-Fi to handle everybody coming out of a session and going, messaging their friends, what you're meeting up for a coffee, what session you're going to, and for things like this, because there'll be an AV system there as well. They'll be doing lots of coordination. So to have good Wi-Fi, to have good internet access and not just rely on Wi-Fi, you'd think that'd be standard. But I think one of the things that came out really strongly from that we were talking about, Heidi, was eye tracking. We spent a lot of time talking about the smart eye that was shown, and it's interesting seeing how that technology has evolved, and how you can use it. So I don't know what we're talking about. Some of your experiences of using eye tracking and how you think this is a bit different. So, what were your thoughts on that? How about you try that without mute being on, and do that? So, am I the only competent person in the room? I mean, really, have we got to the point?
Okay, let's not badger me here. Like, I'm trying to have the Zoom up for us. I constantly, remember to mute us there and then switch over, but I keep forgetting to then turn my sound back on over here. So, but yeah, I think the smart eye, what kind of triggered our conversation when we were watching it together. Barry and I were talking in the background for the viewers listening and watching. And I said to Barry, I wonder if it's like that other thing that was in 2017 that I tried to integrate into medical usability testing. And I said to Barry, I wonder how useful it would be, because in medical usability testing, you don't necessarily always have a screen that you're looking at. So how would this work if you have a physical product and the participant is like looking down and you're just capturing the head, the top of the head of them, and then as we're watching the segment, all of a sudden you see the guy demonstrating that it's viewing a hard object basically, and it was showing like a sketch of the laptop, and then it was showing the 3D crossover, how it was tracking the head, and you could see the shadow of the head of the person using the laptop. And I said, this would be really cool to see if we could integrate it into medical usability testing, because if I could hone in on what they're really occupied with looking at on a product, especially a medical device, right, then it would really hone in on what kind of design changes I need to make on it in order for the not just the usability to increase, but also the safety and effectiveness. No pun intended. Yes, pun intended. Of course, pun intended.
That's subtle. I like that.
Subtle as always. But Barry, what did you see that was most interesting for you to see the updates? Because I will echo what you said. Like it seems like it's moved much further. Like we can do a lot more. It has a lot more capabilities now.
Yeah, I mean, I've been using eye tracking. I think probably for the best part of 20 odd years, in terms of sort of copy design, evaluation, and seeing then how you had to have such a fixed head window for it to go in, whereas what they were sort of implying here was it's such a broader ability to do, so you can capture a much broader range of information, and intent, gesture, and things like that. So that's really, really cool. Where I worry sometimes, I mean, everything now, you look at any sort of, a lot of research papers through, and a lot of research papers are there going, we used eye tracking for. And so I've gone through this bit of worrying that it's cool to have, therefore we should do it. It's a thing that everyone should do. Whereas I think with this, it feels like some of that technology is getting a bit better. But again, I mean, let's not hog it all with the eye tracking. There were some of the interesting bits there as well. So it was interesting seeing like the 3DMD stuff where they're doing the 3D modeling of basically limbs and things like that. So it's good to see that sort of technology evolving as well. And I think I think in the round, how important do you feel it is to Aspire to have an exhibition of technologies? Do you think it's actually in everyone's interest? Do you think people actually go away from that thinking, I'm going to go and buy one of them? Or do you think it's just this look where technology's got to?
I think so that's really interesting you bring that up, because it's something that I would love to talk about more sometimes, but I feel like it's kind of disappeared a little bit. I think that's why, when I did the amazing segment introducing of the technologies and the transition, but that is something that I didn't even need to be prompted to. I always am interested in these exhibits because when I think back, when I was a student right out of grad school, I'm not going to give away the year. Check out my LinkedIn if you're interested. I remember going to HFES annual, right? Not the healthcare version. So it was still this one that we now call Aspire. And I remember seeing products that I actually ended up getting my company, whoever I worked for at that moment, to purchase so we could improve some of our things. So I remember one year we bought a software that allowed us to do better usability setup for video recording, right? I mean, I'm kind of dating myself, but yes. And then one year, actually, that was the coolest. I found a patient dummy, if that makes sense.
Yep.
But it was specifically for cardiac, so it had all these setups so you could pretend as if it was a cardiac patient, which at that time, I mean, I was in the cardiac space for a long time. I was in, electrophysiology, cardiac arrhythmia, and, Medtronic, Biotronic. Like, I've worked for the big ones when it comes to cardiac stuff. And I always wanted to see if that was possible. And I remember when I worked at Medtronic, we were literally building wooden skeletons to simulate chest cavities. And when I saw this product, I was like, oh. And so I'm kind of sad that has kind of dwindled down to almost nothing. Now these exhibits at these conferences barely have any vendors there. And for me, that was a part that I was always very excited about. And when I think about now who is at these exhibits, it just feels like it's a bunch of consulting agencies who are trying to sell their services. And I'm guilty of that too. I mean, I've been a sponsor. I've been an exhibitor at HFES Healthcare trying to sell my consulting company services. But at the same time, I miss the physical product. So I definitely think this is something that should come back.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we've certainly in the UK side of things, we don't generally have a huge number of people exhibiting. We have a bookshop generally. You can always go and buy a good book, but in the grand scheme of things, the number of actual exhibitors, and it's difficult, isn't it? Because it's not. Whilst there is a number of people there, it's not a massive audience. But as you say, if you've got personal experience of being able to go and look and see something and say, oh, that would be really cool for me to use, then it's almost incumbent on us to try and get some of these people to come and exhibit and show us their stuff and prove that there's a good business case to do that. So, yeah, I would like to see there be more of this stuff going on. I mean, we had at a previous one some different exoskeletons. Oh, you're flipping around there. Hello. You did that cleverly. Without.
I have no idea what just happened. I think I was trying to type and I accidentally hit a shortcut on the screen.
Magic happens. But it means we can read your the safe and effective thing in the background. Oh, now you've gone back.
Yeah, because I exited the window. I don't know how I even did this.
Just in case, if anybody was under any illusion that this isn't live, you're now well and truly there. You know that this is for real. This is what we're doing. So, because you know it's live, then you can also know to comment and ask your questions about what we're doing. So, no matter where you're listening through this, be it on YouTube, be it on LinkedIn or wherever, put comments in because we get them all here and we can answer the great questions that you put, or just laugh slightly inanely at the comments that you put there, reflecting on what we do.
Yeah, I mean, well, yes. Thank you, Barry, for bringing that up. I was wondering, where was the interaction of people? Like, I got so many messages that said, I'm looking forward to this. I can't wait to watch. Da, da, da. Where are you guys? Where are your questions? Where's the interaction? Come on, liven it up.
I mean, we can't be, that can't be a blanket condemnation, because we do have some interaction here from Neil. Neil Gainey has been commenting and saying hi throughout the live cast so far. And Nick and Frank have decided to turn up.
Yes, I think we've recovered. We
Was
had
it
a catastrophic system failure over here on our end, and thank you for covering. Situation normal, everything's okay over here. How are you?
So does catastrophic failure mean we ran off for a pizza? Is that I saw the photos on I don't know whether you put them on LinkedIn of an awesome cheesesteak sandwich that you were having yesterday, and it's one of my favorite things that I've never had a proper one of because obviously I've never been over it.
Proper, yeah.
But I love that's one of the things I would come back to.
Good ones.
That's the thing. So as we see that everybody move their cameras around, are you beautiful now, gentlemen?
I think more the echo is interesting.
There we go.
At least visually useful, right?
Okay, great. Someone want to give me some sort of segue into academia? What's going on?
Well, we were just about to say, just before you rudely interrupted us.
Oh,
exactly.
A lot of the technologies and things that are being utilized, particularly things like eye tracking, get you really.
It fails on me. It fails on me. I have a gimbal right here, and it fails on me because there's sorry. Apologies for the shaky cam.
Yeah, how about me and Barry just continue?
I was going to say,
stuff here.
We were getting along so well, and then you just get these amateurs come along.
I mean, Barry, come on. We were having a fascinating conversation about technologies and exhibitors. But
all right. You know what? How about this? We'll take a quick Gen Z break, and we'll be right back.
Okay, let's do that.
Rolling to the desert, conference is lit. Pros in chef and me, we come equipped. Brain so sharp, minds never quit. Tech and innovation, we making it fit. Aspire in the mix, we level up. Phoenix heat, but we cool and tough. Livestream showing all that stuff. Ergonomic dreams, gonna call you bluff. System designs that break the mold. Research so fresh, data pure gold. Education for days, new stories told. Techno beat drops, watch it unfold. From the labs to the streets, Phoenix now. Human factors, hustle, we shred the pow. Software to solve, precision plow. Heart of a lion, conference vow. Virtual reality, augmented space. Biogenics, tight is the race. Future right now, no time to waste. Aspire beyond flames, feel the pace. We in the mix, we level up. Phoenix heat, but we cool and tough. Lava stream showing all that stuff. Ergonomic dreams, gonna call you bluff. Virtual reality, augmented space. Biogenics, tight is the race. Future right now, no time to waste. Aspire beyond flames, feel the pace. Aspire in the mix, we level up. Phoenix heat, but we cool and tough. Lava stream showing all that stuff. Ergonomic dreams, gonna call you bluff.
Okay, hopefully, maybe now. Okay, yeah, all right. Some sort of transition to academia. Let's get to it quick. Okay,
Yeah.
that's Heidi. That's what you missed. Before
I didn't miss anything.
Oh no, you missed everything.
No, I did not miss anything. I'm sorry. I love the younger generation, but that is not for me, not for autistic Heidi. I could not listen to it. The sound was disturbing to me.
I think the content was disturbing to me.
I couldn't focus on the content because the sound was like disabling me.
The dance was particularly great.
Barry and I, we were talking in the background about the raves that we went to when we were younger, and that new generation thinks it's their thing, and it's like, no, kids, no. We went to the raves way before you even were a thought. Like, I remember going to clubs from, the night until the morning hours, like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And then we go and get breakfast. And then we go to a different club that opened at 10 a.m. to go to the after rave. So, and that's literally what that just sounded like.
See, I was never that hardcore. But I think in the grand scheme, because I was really good studying, and because I was a good academic, and therefore I think we should probably transition to the academic piece of this and understand how academia is being represented at the conference, shouldn't we, Nick?
I'm going to not take that as a dig as that I was not studying. But Nick, Frank, what's the situation with the academic representation at the conference?
Yeah, well, hang on. I think before we talk about that, maybe we talk about labs, local chapters, panels, and posters. I think maybe in our notes there was a weird transition. So how about we focus on that? Let's see what's going on with
sure
with labs. Yeah, that's a better transition.
That sounds
this
great.
Is all live. This is all live. We're here. We're live. This is it.
I'm gonna go do some interviews.
Frank, why don't you get up and go do some interviews, and we'll get it going on here. Let's see here. I gotta
stretch your legs, Frank, because you're gonna be running.
I'm gonna be
run VT,
running around. If this is not evidence that we are 100% live at this moment, then I do not know what is. It just looks. Well,
I don't know what you're talking about. It's fantastic. Yeah. We are fantastic.
Thank goodness for editing.
For editing.
And we're back. I'm sitting here with Christy Harper. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back. It's always fun to be here.
You're one of our favorites. We always love having you back on the show. So for folks who might not know you, who might not be familiar with your history, you want to just introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm Christy Harper. I worked at HP for many years, and now I own a consultancy called End-to-End User Research. At HFES, I am on the executive committee. I'm an executive at large. I am the chairperson of the local chapters committee, and I'm on many other committees. And I just became fellow today.
Well, congratulations on fellowship. That's amazing. So let's talk about what's new, interesting, and exciting for you. There's a panel that you mentioned. You want to tell me a little bit about this panel?
Yeah, so I think this year we decided to do something a little bit different. So many of the times the panels I'm on, we're sharing information. We're telling you all about something we've learned, a best practice, a new method, and things like that. But what we decided is many times there's not enough time for questions, and a lot of times the questions that come up in the audience are related, and then there's some questions that are not at all related to the panel discussion that we put forth. And so what we've learned is that a lot of times they just want to hear from people in industry. They say, okay, you're practitioners, so we want to ask a lot of questions. So what we've done is we're basically sharing our bios, and we're going from there, and we're just opening it up and saying, ask us anything, and we're turning it over to the audience.
That's really interesting, unique approach. I mean, like, has this been done at a conference at a Human Factors and Ergonomics?
I don't know, but I kind of like it because it was very little preparation.
It is kind of nice, right? Like,
yeah,
like, what
here's
is
my bio. Woo.
what does the makeup look like on the panel? Like, is it folks from across different industries, different professions?
Well, no, it's more tech-based. So it's Michael Bartha, who is currently at YouTube/Google. I'm Retta McGuire, who is at Dell. Melissa Meingast, who is at Hewlett Packard Enterprise, and myself. And then our moderator is going to be Angie Avra, who is at Peloton.
Okay, excellent. And what would you say is the most exciting part of this new approach? That, you know, where does it go from here? Is this like a transformative way in which, you know, Aspire is now going to approach these panels? Are we going to do this one of these every year?
Well, we could, but I'm going to see how it goes. I really think that people want to be able to ask questions because people stop us all the time and ask us questions. So this is just giving them the opportunity. We have an hour. So our slides to introduce ourselves are not going to take that long. They're going to have plenty of time to ask anything. We truly are, because we don't have a prescribed topic, we truly are open to answering any question. So we may do it again if it goes really well, but we're going to see. It's a little bit different from presenting your research. So
yeah, it's kind of, in some ways, a little risky if you don't have a whole lot of audience participation, but I'm also interested to see how it goes. So where can folks find out more about you or about the panel if they want to know how it went?
Well, they can always reach out to me, but I would encourage them to attend. It's Thursday at 3 o'clock, and you can find more information in the program or in the app. Obviously, people know you can reach me on LinkedIn. I'm pretty easy to find, and I'm pretty good about getting back to messages. So,
Christy, thank you for coming back. We always love having you here on the show. We'll be back with more right after this. Stay tuned.
Hey, and welcome back. Frank and Vianney here with John and David from Texas A&M. It's glad to see everyone. Can you tell us just a little bit about yourself today?
Okay, so I'm David, fourth year PhD student at the Industrial and Systems Engineering in Texas A&M. I work in the Ergonomics lab and ACE lab. And I do research in fatigue, forecasting fatigue, and that's what I really focus on.
My name is John Hayes. I'm a PhD student at A&M as well, also a fourth year. I am in the SAFE lab, and my research focuses around looking at neurovestibular challenges that astronauts face during and after spaceflight, both looking at how those interact with things like fatigue and also looking at whether we can train people to adapt more quickly to altered gravity levels.
Awesome. Well, that's great news. And I hear that the human factors presence over at A&M is split into three main areas. I believe one of them is industrial engineering. What are the other two?
So there's one in public health as well, and then compared to what we see here, you have the IO psychology as well. So we have those three spread across, so it's not concentrated in just one department.
Oh, wow, that's really great. There's a lot of variety, a lot of interesting research happening in Texas A&M. Well, I bet you guys are working on one or two researches. So, Heather, do you mind sharing what are the cool stuff that you guys are doing behind the scene?
Sure, yeah. So I recently received funding from NASA to start a study looking at developing a ground-based analog to simulate the effects of microgravity on the vestibular system. So we're going to combine a platform system with VR and also a form of brain stimulation that's been shown. It's been validated with astronauts to actually mimic those vestibular dysfunctions that astronauts experience. We're going to try to see if we can mimic the way that they feel on Earth, so that we can train them and prepare them before they get to space. Because right now when astronauts get to space, they take about 1 to 3 days before they're actually able to function and do any critical tasks. Sometimes they get up there and they're just throwing up or feeling very motion sick. So we're hoping we can reduce that time by training people on Earth so that once they get to space, they're able to adapt more quickly to those altered conditions.
Yeah, that sounds great. And it looks like these kinds of problems are the strength of being able to have a multidisciplinary program. Take a look at a problem and approach it with different angles and different mindsets. So here at the table, it looks like we have got a lot of talk about the graduate program, and curious about the different opportunities that are available for folks.
So we have really great programs in general for our industrial engineering program. We split into manufacturing, data science, systems engineering, and health and human systems engineering. And and for health and systems engineering, we have people that do focus on biomechanics, on the cognitive side, and both as well. For our master's program, we have a couple of classes you take, and then you specialize, and then take a few more. For a PhD, you take about 4 major main classes, and then you're free to choose whichever other disciplines you need to take. So for me, I took my 4 major classes for my qualifiers, and then after that, I've taken a lot of classes in data science because my research is in forecasting, and I think it was a great department. Over my years, I've always been funded. The department has given us travel grants. So I think so far it's a great program. It's a great department in general. I feel well supported, and I don't think I've ever had much questions on things over there.
Well, that's great news. And earlier we talked to some of the folks in the student chapter. So there's a lot of great support in terms of combining the professional service, the student chapter, with some of the research, and then this is a little bit more of the outreach. Yeah. So in terms of something exciting, what is one thing that you all look forward to for the rest of the week?
So I'm giving a poster presentation tomorrow. I got through my lecture this morning, and so that was kind of a nice relief to get that off my back, and now just get to enjoy the conference and really go to talks. And then I'm giving a poster tomorrow, so that'll be fun. Posters are always nice to kind of talk to a lot of different people and get feedback and stuff. So, yeah, I'm also looking forward to relaxing a little bit in this nice resort, going to the pool, and networking with other people at the conference.
Yeah, I think same as well. It's been this is my 3rd conference, right? And I think coming here as a 4th year, it's very enlightening, talking to like the first years as well, seeing how much we've changed. So I think I'm looking towards the week. I was first intimidated a little bit, but now I'm like, okay, I do have some knowledge. So I'm looking forward to sharing that with like other people, getting knowledge from them, networking. Some people want to talk to me about internship opportunities after here, and just talk about research in general. So I think, yeah, and explore Arizona, or if we get a chance as well. So that's what I'm looking for the rest of the week.
No, that's great. So you mentioned about like meeting with a lot of people, like talking about research in general. Sorry, my background is also I'm doing research, so I'm just quite kind of interested what kind of interesting research opportunities that you get from Texas A&M. Like which field and what topic, what you are doing, and how do you feel about it?
So I can start with a few people. So we have like Dr. Ferris, who does a lot of like multi-sensory inputs. So audio, tactile, visual, how to combine it, and how people can work in in complex settings. So those are things that are interesting that you could join and do. We have like Dr. Sahabi as well, who does a lot of driving research, also like amputee research, right? So people get like new devices, prosthetics. I think people don't realize there's a high workload in using that, right? So she does a lot of great research doing that. Dr. Curie Gregg, she's an astronaut. John works under her. They do a lot of space stuff as well. Dr. Zhang loves biomechanics, but you can talk more about that space stuff because that's really cool.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, I'm doing research in kind of the neurovestibular area, but the lab also does work in biomechanical modeling for landing. So looking at injury, looking at injury risk when astronauts land under different seating configurations, and how you can design seats in spacecraft to reduce risk. And then also, I think the lab does some work in like safety engineering and other things. What's cool at A&M also is like there's a lot of collaborations between departments. So I know we've collaborated with people from the kinesiology department, people from the health center, also like people in psychology. So there's a lot of cool collaboration, also mechanical engineering. So there's a lot of collaborations between different departments, which, like you mentioned, is one of the really cool parts about our field, is that we kind of get our fingers into a little bit of everything.
Talking about collaboration, let me shout out my own lab. With ACE Lab as well, we do a lot of like remote censoring as well, and like diabetes and diabetes as well. Talking about collaboration, we collaborate with the Houston Methodist Health Center down there. So there's a lot of work in nurses and surgeons as well to help in the operating room and all that. So it's not just within the school, but outside the school and helping the community around us.
Well, awesome. That's great news. Looks like a lot of good opportunities, a lot of different research projects going on, and a lot of folks at A&M. So if you're here at HFES, come by and say hi. For those that are online, we've got lots of good information and websites to find more about the Texas A&M program. Well, hey, thanks a lot, and thank you again for your time. And over to you, Nick.
And we're back. I'm sitting here with Hannah Bowman. Hannah, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
I'm so happy to have you. So for folks who might not be familiar with you or your work, can you just give us a little bit about who you are?
Yeah, so my name's Hannah, as you mentioned. I currently work at Amazon under the devices team. Yeah, all things Amazon Echo devices. That's me.
All right, cool. And there's another piece about you that is sort of relevant to the conversation that we're going to be having today. So you're actually the local chair president?
Chapter president.
Chapter
Yeah,
local chapter. Brains, like clearly I'm just all befuddled because I have this thing here. And anyway, so you're the local chapter president of Houston in Texas. And I think you're starting to notice a trend, maybe?
Yeah, the big buzzword I would say is networking.
Networking.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what's going on. What are you noticing?
Yeah, so as most people probably are familiar with, COVID that happened several years ago.
What, can you tell me what's COVID?
COVID-19, this crazy vaccine that everyone hates. So basically that took, spiraled a lot and took a lot of the networking away, and which is really important, right? As you're going to these conferences, as you're being transitioning from student to industry or professional scope of work, networking is really important. Who you know, what you know about, and during COVID, we lacked a lot of this. I think even this conference was virtual for a couple of years. This is my first time back since COVID. So
welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. Because it's just like the networking is so important, and we're seeing that. So with the I was actually the chapter president when I was in school as well. So we stick really closely with, as alumni, to the students. And that's one thing that we've really heard a lot about, like myself and other committee members, is networking. They really, really miss the networking, being around people, talking to other professionals, understanding what's out there, what's popular, what opportunities that there are. So like networking is just really, really big right now.
So as a local chapter president, are you making any effort to sort of provide opportunities to network, at least at the local level?
Yeah, we are. So every year we have a symposium in April, which we just had. We had 101 people attend, which is a lot. They come all over the southern part of Texas. So we had A&M, Texas Tech, the Houston area folks as well. So that was a great place to show off your work. There were some networking pockets in there. We did a happy hour after. We actually have, if you're local to Houston, next Wednesday, I need to fact check that. It's on LinkedIn, but at Ion in Houston, off Main Street, there is a happy hour event. And then, yeah, I'm sure we'll have another one before the career panel, which is in the fall. So yeah, we're really taking it serious, listening, trying to do all we can just to bring people together and, yeah, put names to faces and conversation and, yeah, networking.
So what's the importance behind might be obvious to some people. What is the benefit to networking, and why is it so important? Why are people asking for it?
Yeah, I think it's really like, maybe this is wrong to say, but I truly believe it's a lot about who you know and not everything that you know. Like, it's a combination of both. You have to have the connections out there to say, you know, make that connection with people of like, okay, Nick, you're interested in podcasts. So when when a podcasting opportunity comes up, I would remember to reach out to you, right? So
I'm your guy. Right over here. It's me.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, Nick, well, maybe we don't have to say podcast. We can just be more
comms in general.
Yeah, comms, zookeeping, who knows? That's a hobby of yours. So if I knew something about it, then I could, you know, that connection I made with you to know like, oh my gosh, this person would be perfect. And then it's that easy kind of reach out. And honestly, people love to talk to you. Like if you reach out and say like, hey, can we do a 15-minute like coffee chat? Do it. People love, like people, I mean, maybe it's just me, but people love that. It's like, yes, I want to tell you more about myself. So it's actually kind of a benefit for both people. But it's just, I don't know, really important, especially in industry. It's all about collaboration, teamwork, getting to know each other. So it all kind of feeds into that. And it's just, yeah, really, really important.
So what happens, what are you excited for in the future if more networking events start happening at the local level? Like, what does that mean? What are you excited for?
Yeah, I think I was in a chapter president, not chapter president, a president's lunch yesterday, and they mentioned this new initiative regionally. Don't know if I'm allowed to say a bunch of details about it. I don't think it's a secret, but it's more to just expand. So I think what's really interesting to me is a lot of people, our chapters thriving. I didn't really know, like I feel like we do a lot, but we're not doing like, it's not like burnout a lot for the committee members. So I thought, you know, oh my gosh, I had this expectation, like we're not doing enough, and we're actually doing a lot. So I think just as time goes and more people hear about it, we can have more local chapters, more awareness. I know I had 3 of my coworkers here this week who were all first-time members of HFES, knew very little about it. So I feel like maybe there'll be a Cupertino chapter or San Francisco chapter, you know, like I'm not sure if it exists or not. I didn't see anyone there at the lunch. I'm not sure all the chapters were represented, but yeah, just more awareness, growth, becoming bigger and better.
Yeah. If people want to talk to you, if people want to have that 15-minute coffee chat with you, where can people find you?
LinkedIn is the best place. I feel like I'm sometimes really good about responding and sometimes I'm not, so don't feel like I'm ignoring you. I try to keep up with it, but yeah.
All right. Well,
LinkedIn.
please, thank you so much for being here. Please come back and let me know if you ever need anything zookeeping related.
I will. If I hear anything about zookeeping, I will be asking.
I'm your guy.
Yes, that's it.
All right. Well, thank you for being on the show. And we'll be right back with more right after this.
Hey, hello, and we're back. We're here with Garrett from Texas A&M, talking a little bit about the ACE Lab. We're here taking a look at some of the posters and having quick interviews with folks from there. Garrett, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself today?
Absolutely. So I am a senior undergraduate industrial engineering major from Texas A&M University, and I've been a part of the ACE Lab for about 2 years now. And my primary research, if you want to, I guess, refer to the poster, is with remote health. Remote monitoring and health performance. I particularly do a lot of research within the telehealth area, specifically remote patient monitoring and adherence characteristics and what barriers patients and medical providers perceive that patients are experiencing. Preventing them from participating in remote monitoring programs. So that's specifically what I do. I know that that is very small portion of the lab. There's various other areas within the lab, including areas within the oil and gas industry, as well as other health areas such as telehealth, mental health, or just healthcare in general, and even more that other individuals within the lab can speak on themselves.
Well, that's great news, and looks like a lot of exciting things going over here at the Applied Cognitive Ergonomics Lab.
Absolutely.
In terms of something that you found interesting this week, whether it's other kinds of posters or the presentations, what are some things that you found that have really caught your eye in terms of this year?
One of the biggest things that stuck out to me for this conference is that there is a lot of debate going on between where healthcare is moving, if it's going more with AI or if the human should still be within that system. That's something that's been very interesting to me because that's it's a lot of the stuff that I deal with right now, is if it's going to move from go into more with AI or if that human interaction is still going to be needed and whatnot. So that's something that I look forward to seeing where it's going to go in the coming years.
Oh, that's great news, Garrett. And in terms of some of the automation research that's been going on years past, some of these applications will bring on some of those serious questions. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about, I think it was a debate that was started about it. That's a pretty cool format for it. In terms of things that are exciting, what's one thing that you're looking forward to this week?
This week, I'm very excited about actually presenting my own personal poster. Again, this is for the lab. I get to present for the first time myself at the conference this year, so I'm very excited about that, as well as all my other lab mates and their presentations.
Oh, that's great. Always first-time presentation, and I'm sure that you're really working hard on it, and looking forward to hearing some of the things you have to share for us.
Absolutely.
In terms of LinkedIn, websites, and other kinds of things, what's the best way to find you and learn about some of your work?
Okay. You can find me at the ACE Lab at tmu.edu webpage, or the ACE Lab webpage. And then on LinkedIn, I believe it is Dave.Mitchell is how you can find me on LinkedIn as well.
Okay, sounds great. Well, hey, thank you, Garrett, and I appreciate it. And looking forward to seeing more work from the fine folks over at Texas A&M.
Thank you. And then I guess if I can note, we are also looking for students that are interested in joining as well. So thank you.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, for those that are listening out there, a lot of opportunities over at the ACE Lab. Great, thanks. Bye for now.
Spacecraft, railway locomotives, nuclear submarines, healthcare, jet aircraft, these are all examples of highly technical systems and organisations, and all have one particular thing in common. They all involve humans. Humans who want to do amazing things and are using technology to achieve them. They all have something else in common. They have amazing people ensuring that the users who are involved can do what they need to do, are safe when they do so, and have the optimum user experience. These people are human factors practitioners, and on 1202, the Human Factors podcast, they talk to me, Barry Kirby, about what they do, sharing their career paths, highlighting their ideas and best practices, and fundamentally raising awareness of our discipline. Find us on 1202podcast.com, on social media, and on your favourite podcast directory, because it's more than just common sense.
Thank goodness for editing, right? Huh? Thank goodness for editing. Yeah. Okay. And we're back. Joining you here from the Student Lounge is Sahar and Amir.
Yes, sir.
This is from Texas Tech, I believe.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, how are you doing today? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm a second-year master's student at Texas Tech, and I'm the president for our student chapter. And Amir is our webmaster, so he does a lot of the posting on our website and our social media accounts.
Yeah, and I'm also just starting my second year now in the master's program here at Tech.
Okay, so speaking of social media, what are the kinds of venues that you use to portray some of the information about the student chapter?
Okay, well, we've got a Facebook page, an Instagram. It's HFES TTU.
You should give us a follow,
Yeah.
keep up with our activities and maybe our research that's going on.
Yeah, shameless plug. We've also got a website that seems to be our main source of communication. We have like a blog there. We're posting pictures of the events that we're having. We have monthly webinars with guest speakers. Some of them are alumni from our university. Some of them are just other professionals in the HF area. We have recommended books, podcasts, including this one. So that's probably the best place to get a hold of us.
Okay, so it sounds like you did a great job of getting the website and giving information and other kinds of things. So our theme for this year is things that are new, interesting, exciting in your journey. And I hear there's some new news that happened in terms of the student chapter itself. Do you want to care to share that with everybody?
Yeah, so this is our 16th year with gold
16th,
status.
wow.
Yeah, so we've been doing a pretty good job for the past 16 years. I feel like our student chapter is doing a really good job with not only placing people in the field, but also just giving us new experiences and opening doors for us with different HF fields of research.
Well, that's awesome. That's great news. And so 16 years gold status, and I'd imagine there's some criteria that you have that a chapter needs to hit in order to receive gold status? What are some examples of metrics and criteria for the gold status?
Well, I believe we have to have a certain amount of general body meetings, like, the boring stuff, but we also have events that we give back to our community. Like I mentioned those earlier, those monthly webinar sessions that we have. We have funding for students who are going to be presenting at events like this and other HF-related events. What else?
Yeah, so a big part of our student chapter is to give back to the community. So we do a lot of volunteering events. So we volunteered at animal shelters, homeless shelters. We're also thinking about doing an outreach activity with local high schools and middle schools where we do like a small project with the youth, and we do the leading on that so they can not only have exposure to the human factors field, but we can also have an opportunity to be able to lead them on a project.
Oh wow, that's great. And the nice thing about community service and these kinds of student chapter activities, and it prepares you for the world outside of your studies. There are a lot of good things you can learn in your classes and things, but this is a great opportunity to develop soft skills, work with, kind of working through different goals, and also serving the greater community. It's great that another great year of tradition, and that you two have kind of helped, and the rest of the board and the chapter have carried that on. So in terms of things that are exciting, what's something that you're looking forward to this week? I'm sure you got to meet a lot of different groups and have a lot of different activities. So I'm kind of curious what's on your plate for this week.
Yeah, we're here at the at ASPIRE2024, and that's been great so far. We're looking forward. We've got a bunch of students here that are presenting themselves or giving lectures. We have one of our professors is giving a lecture, in fact. So we're super excited to see them, show to the world what we've been working on and all the hard work they've been putting into their research. We also have upcoming an alumni dinner that we do.
Oh, that's
so
great.
We get to meet with some of our predecessors and people who helped to keep that gold status, with our chapter, and see what our school and what the chapter kind of did for them and how they've evolved in their career and stuff. So that's super exciting.
Yeah, I think I'm most excited to learn more about the other research going on in HF field. I do mostly research on robotic exoskeletons, so it's been exciting to be more exposed to other people who are doing the same kind of work. It's kind of different when you're in your own little lab the whole time.
Well, that's great news, and it's always great to meet alumni folks, like you said, have won the gold award before, share some lessons learned, and I'm sure they'll be proud of you too for kind of carrying on that tradition. Well, hey, before we go, what's the best place to find more information about yourselves and also about the student chapter itself? You mentioned some social media websites, but where are other places to find you?
So definitely our website, hfestexastech.com. Our Instagram is hfesttu, and our Facebook, I believe, is HFES Texas Tech.
Yeah, I think as long as you look up anything Texas Tech University and HFES, you will definitely find this. Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. And then in the video, we'll also have a little bit more information too, so people can find that as well. Well, hey, thanks for taking the time to chat today, and looking forward to having a great week. So again, this is Frank with Sahar and Amir from Texas Tech. Over to you, Nick.
I'm here at HFES Aspire 2024, and I'm at the poster session, the first of two that we will see over the next 2 days. There are over 200 posters that you will find across a variety of different universities, organizations, and various parts and players of the human factors community. So you can see there's quite a lot of knowledge and information being shared among peers. There's a lot of stuff going on here, from every various poster that you can see on the wall to all the people exchanging information
across these networking events. This is why you come here to HFES Aspire. Out there, where we'll go in just a minute, you will see the various school laboratories and organizations here with their various, we'll go through this one, that's okay. You'll see the various laboratories and goings on with the human factors community. So you can see Purdue, Pat Lab, Michigan Tech, Neological University, School of Public Health. There's everyone here and more at the HFES Aspire 2024 poster sessions.
Welcome back. This is Frank here over at the Student Lounge. I'm joined here with Basoma.
Hello, everyone.
And Killian.
Hello, everyone.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? You're joining us here from Texas Tech University, I believe.
Yes. I'm Basoma. I'm a second-year PhD student.
I just started an accelerated master's program at Texas Tech, so just started that this semester.
Yeah, that's great. Well, hey, thanks for taking the time to join us today. I know we had some other folks from Texas Tech, Sahar and Amir, that talked a little bit about your program, but we'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit about your research. And I believe the two of you, although you both are at Texas Tech, are in separate labs. Can you tell me a little bit about the lab and your research?
Yes. So my lab focuses on laparoscopic devices. So we look at perceptual, motor, and also workload and stress on surgeons that use the laparoscopic device, which are used in minimally invasive surgeries.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sounds great.
So I'm a part of two labs at Texas Tech. The first one in the Industrial Systems and Engineering department, and we focus on safety, human factors, and resilience engineering. And like what I focus on is human AI, robot teaming, or virtual reality, which is what I'm here to present here.
Yeah, great. So like each of you are on a different but yet complementary journey over at Texas Tech. Awesome. Well, let's talk a little bit about some of the interesting things that are going on. So things that maybe that you've experienced, whether it was some of the opening reception things or some kind of neat talks and panels that you noticed that you'd like to tell folks about today. So we'll start with you, Basoma, about that.
I would say something that was really interesting and also new was the HF in architecture, especially focusing on healthcare, where like you have to design something to kind of like meet like the patient safety. So that was like very new to me, and since like my interest evolves around healthcare, it was a very interesting like topic to cover.
Okay. How about you, Killian?
So actually, it was a lecture or a panel session that we just went to, but it was on EV adoption and the charging stations that are all around the nation now, and it's just right along the line of technology and new and emerging technologies, or just all that. It's just one other topic that I'm really interested in.
Yeah. So there's a lot of different benefits of going to these different sessions. So in your case with Soma, that maybe you're working on a certain research topic, and you saw something that was interesting you that can help further that or have something related to that. And you, Killian, you focused on EV adoption, which is something that is big, kind of one of these big issues. So you get a good mix of some of these large issues and then these more local issues that will help you. So we got a long week ahead. I know we just started. What is one thing that you're excited about?
I'm excited to present my poster at the poster session on Wednesday, and just be able to talk to everyone about my research and kind of everything with that topic. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. And was this going to be your first poster presentation at HFES?
Yes, at HFES. Yeah.
Oh,
wonderful. Poster, yeah.
Wonderful. That's a great way to talk to people, and it's a great venue to kind of learn about different ideas based on the research you've done so far. How about you, Basoma? What's something that excites you?
I'm excited to see his poster.
Oh, yeah?
He worked so hard for it, so I'm excited to see it and see like other people at Tech, their posters too.
Yeah, so you're kind of excited to support everybody, both the student chapter and also other people's work. Well, hey, thank you for taking the time today. Where can we find you in terms of social media or any other kind of presence?
On LinkedIn for sure. Other social media, I will say I don't keep up with. So LinkedIn is probably the place.
sounds
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
Also on LinkedIn.
Okay, sounds great. And then I imagine there's also other ways people can find you once they get to LinkedIn to talk a little bit more about and connect to you there. Well, hey, thanks again for your time, and have a great week.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Back to you.
And we're back. I'm sitting here with Angie Avra. Angie, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you.
Angie, could you tell the people about yourself?
Absolutely. I'm Angie, as you said. I am a senior user research manager at Peloton Interactive, which is, you may have heard of it. Some people refer to it as a bike company. I actually lead research for the app in our gaming division. And I'm a participant here at the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society conference.
Awesome. So you're here at HFES to be on a panel, right?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the panel?
Definitely. So the panel is called Beyond the Classroom. And specifically, it's a group of people who have worked or currently work in tech. And we're talking about methods that we didn't necessarily learn in school, but that we've since been asked to apply in our day-to-day lives at work that have driven impact and that we want to share, especially with students, but just with the entire community, these different types of methods that you may be called upon to use.
Right. So I guess my question would be, are these like just completely different methods that folks may or may not have known, or is it modifications? Is it all the above?
I think they're methods you'll have heard of, but may not be covered in like a standard curriculum. So I give you some examples. I'll be talking about jobs to be done, which I think people have probably heard of. We're also talking about Kano testing, competitive analysis. Someone from Amazon Kids will be talking about multi-generational product testing. So when you have two users, an adult and a child. And we'll also be talking about remote participatory design. And so some of that, like remote participatory design, is sort of like participatory as design you may have learned, but now there's this new element of it being remote because a lot of our work has moved to remote. How does that change things? And some of them are maybe just more techie industry, the Kano survey, the jobs to be done, but they're still being called on to be done by researchers.
Right. So what is sort of interesting to you about this panel, and why is it important that we sort of talk about this?
Yeah, I think there's a few reasons. One, I know they mentioned today in the plenary session that there's 500 plus students here. I first came to HFES's conference as a student, and there's a lot of, you're going to school, you're trying to prepare, you're putting these things on your resume, and I think we just want to let you know that there are other types of methods. And part of that is not necessarily to say, hey, I should have learned this in school. It's not that I feel like this was missed, but maybe just to acknowledge there's continued learning, and you may be asked to do something you haven't done before. You may have to find resources to do that. And we want to give people some insight. Okay, if you've not heard of this and someone comes to you asking for this, or you have a problem that might be suitable for a method you've not heard of, help you build that confidence to go after a method you haven't heard of, get the right resources, maybe be able to say no, like just because maybe it's a shiny method, like everyone wants you to do the jobs to be done, like, does it make sense in this context? And be willing to say, here's some resources you can get more information. Yeah.
Very cool. So what excites you about?
Are you tired of boring lectures and textbooks on human factors and UX? Well, grab your headphones and get ready for a wild ride with the Human Factors Minute podcast. Each minute is like a mini crash course packed with valuable insights and information on various organizations, conferences, usability methods, theories, models, certifications, tools, and much more. We'll take you on a journey through the fascinating world of human factors, from the ancient history to the latest trends and developments. Listen in as we explore the field and discover new ways to enhance the user experience. From the Think Aloud protocol to the critical incident technique, focus groups, iterative design, we'll make sure that you're the smartest person in the room. Tune in on the 10th, the 20th, and the last day of every month for a new and interesting tidbit related to human factors. Don't miss out on the Human Factors Minute podcast, your ultimate source for all things human factors.
And we
Well, yeehaw! Wasn't that a rootin' tootin' segment from Texas? Wow, that was sure a lot of folks from Texas. But yeah, no, I mean, it was really funny when we were looking at all the stuff that kind of fit well together, that it was all Texas folks. So yeah, Frank is currently chairing a session. That's how these live shows work. Sometimes people go, sometimes people come back. So what did you all think of all the stuff that you just saw?
I was particularly impressed with your going through the poster session and how you managed to get such a professional looking drive through the through all the posters and see what they had there. I thought it looked like a lot of good fun. So he's just now disappeared. So that's okay.
Barry, he don't want to talk to you.
Well, I mean, that list is long and distinguished, so you know that.
Hi,
That's
new phone, who dis? New phone, who dis? I had to reset the shot. Again, gonna reset the shot one more time. Give me one moment.
We'll give him one more chance. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. We're not hanging about or waiting or anything like that.
No.
No, you're supposed to carry the show. You're supposed to
Well,
carry
if you
it.
keep interrupting us, we can't.
We have been
Okay?
for the past 3 hours. So
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah, that's true. Anyway, Heidi, what did you think of that?
Well, I mean, you again, sorry, watchers. Like Barry and I keep babbling in the background when we watch these segments, so we get carried away. But like, I really like the conversation about the last one, the talking about approaches and things that are not taught in the classroom, because that is true. Like, so many things could be offered at university programs, just specifically, honestly, grad programs that are very specialized. Like, for instance, if you go to a human factors program that has a medical track, or aviation track, or I know, is it University of Illinois, Chicago has a I think they have gender studies department in the HF group, right? They look a lot at gender differences. And so there's a lot of stuff that I think would be very helpful if we could think more about the practical approach and application of your program later on. Nick, if you keep doing that, I'm going to ignore it. Like, I'm just going to ignore this. You keep switching us. And it does make me think that I've been trying to get universities to offer medical. Stop it now.
Okay.
I've been trying to get medical universities to offer medical usability and medical human factors courses, and I think that just usability testing. When the student was talking about it, I just thought of. I never even read a book about usability testing prior to actually using it hands-on, in industry or in a job per se, in practical application. So I remember doing the first couple of usability tests in my grad program, but it wasn't a part of a class or a course or an approach workshop or any methods workshop or anything. So I had to go out and research a book and read it, and, learn, kind of teach myself from the book. And then obviously through years of industry experience, I've perfected it. But that would have been cool to have a class on. What do you think, Barry? Do you think we're still kind of lagging on that?
I think I sort of got mixed feelings on it. One, yes, it would be lovely to be able to go on a course and get all of the stuff. But I think whilst the fundamentals don't change, and it still grieves me we don't, I think, push the basics of task analysis, of doing things like that, which for me is such a fundamental tool, no matter how you're doing it. But anyway, that's a different bag that I have. A lot of the stuff that we have, there is bags of other resources out there now that we can utilize, but we're just not very good at signposting them. I mean, there's some really good podcasts out there, like which give you bits of information that could give you good insights. There's good health podcasts out there looking at medical and safety devices, for example.
Like the Safe and Effective podcast. But
I was trying to be subtle, but yeah, no, exactly. You know what I mean? There's them sort of things. There's the CIHF is now starting to develop online learning modules and things like that. I think we were discussing through one of the sets around the fact that the traditional graduate course doesn't really exist anymore for HF here in the UK, and actually good chunks from around the world. You might get the modules, but you don't get a full bachelor's HF qualification the same way as you used to. And so we have to do things differently. And the amount of times that you do something almost exactly as you've described is you'll go and do a new job and it'll have a nuance in it that means actually the methods I normally use don't fit this. So you go to your methods book and you find something that fits what you're doing. And really the skill is understanding when what you've got doesn't work and it's not appropriate, and where to go to find the appropriate stuff and when to shout for help. Because I've seen so many people just pick up the book and go, "Oh, I can do this. It's all written down." And actually, yes, you can, but there's a bit of nuance of the experience of doing it. I remember. So my wife is doing her human factors masters at the moment, and she.
How cool!
Well, it sort of is, because we can have real intimate discussions over things like NASA TLA, and it's them sort of conversations no other couples can really have. But it's really quite cool, because she was trying to do one bit of methodology, and she was like, "Well, I like this." I was like, "No. Really, in the real world, this is how you do it. It's a real more of a dynamic exercise. This is how you deploy the questionnaire. This is how you do it." So, oh, that makes sense, and that all worked. Having the book is, I would say, 2/3 about what you got, but you still need that bit of extra thing in some cases to make it make sense. So, yeah, I can sort of see how this we need to be doing a lot more signposting as professional bodies about all the different resources that are available.
Well, speaking of resources, so this year what they have done is for the panels themselves, right? We're kind of you heard about a couple panels in the last segment.
Nick, you're breaking up and you're gone.
But I like the way it's paused. It's an attractive place to have stopped.
I think it's interesting, Barry. You brought up task analysis. I'm not kidding. I just had a 2-hour texting sesh with a friend in the industry about task analysis and how where did that go? Why do we have so many junior, entry level, HF people coming in that haven't even been confronted really with the concept, not just knowing how to do a task analysis, but also how fundamental task analysis knowledge is to human factors work, especially in medical. Honestly, aviation and medical, I just think of those two domains. You need to understand how task analysis influences most of your human factors work. And if you don't have a good task analysis done in the beginning of your development, you're kind of almost screwed.
We were sort of having this discussion about where's task analysis gone, because and I think it boils down to, so we sort of come up with two things. One is it's about the application of HF in a consultancy basis generally comes too late.
Yeah.
So you're I don't know about you, but I sort of go into a lot.
You're right.
And I'm firefighting, so you don't have the time to then go back to basics. But I've done some quite large jobs where I've turned around. We've been midway through, and I've been like, "Look, I get we're midway through, but unless we do the basics right, the rest of it is not going to work. So simple things like without a task analysis, your testing and proving side of things, your testing evaluation and acceptance is really difficult.
Well, verification also becomes extremely different, because how do you verify not just validation and evaluation, but verification? Like, how do you verify if you don't know what the initial pathway was?
So there's that problem, and then there's the other problem where I've sort of seen some people say, "Oh well, you know, I don't need this. We've done it before. It's a well-known thing, and it's so simple. We don't need it, or whatever. You know, variations on a theme." But then the other big tool I think a task analysis does, it's a great grounding exercise of turning around and saying, "Is my understanding of what this is, or person A's understanding the same as person B's, the same as stakeholder C?" And you know, you make them work. And it's just such a, no matter how you, there's an element of fashion as well. So just doing, I mean, I'm a traditionalist. I think you can't go wrong with a good old hierarchical task analysis.
HTA,
you know,
HTA, baby.
But then I saw some people suggesting that in the medical domain that actually HTA doesn't work. It's not sophisticated enough. And I'm like, well, if
Who
it's all
says that?
well, we had a debate. But I was like, well, you know, at the end of the day, yes, there are possibly more up to date, better ways of doing things. You know, the cognitive task analysis. There's lots of other ways of skinning the cat. But if HTA is what you've got and it's what you use, and you can actually lay out what you're doing in a way that is communicable and agreeable, then it's got to work for you. If you've got another task, if you've got a methodology that will do the same thing, fantastic. But actually, most people understand an HTA.
I'm going to go ahead and say something really kind of, maybe it sounds very arrogant, but I find it very gutsy for people to discuss whether HTA applies really to medical when task analysis itself is barely done in medical, because you always come in as the firefighter in the end. And I think one of the things that when I was having this session with, you know, this chat kind of topic chat, is that I truly believe some of the fundamentals of human factors are disappearing because of how human factors is applied these days, especially, I mean, granted, I'm speaking very specific from the medical industry view, right? But I really struggle with it because what people do when they ignore, like you were explaining it so well, Barry, it's kind of like this thing, if you don't have the fundamental task analysis, right, you're missing so many pieces. And yeah, you can try to come in later and say, oh, we don't need it at this point, but then you get to a point in the process and you're like, yeah, now we're screwed because we don't have it. And one of the things that we were discussing when I was talking to my friend about it was people have forgotten how much task analysis is linked to safety, to risk analysis, right? And so, you know, and this is the one time I'm really not trying to do a pun on safe and effective, but the risk benefit statement that you have to do at the end of at the end of your development, the residual risk analysis that leads you to the risk benefit statement that allows you to move forward and ask, you know, basically FDA for approval and submit your file. That comes out of your risk analysis. Well, your risk analysis comes out of your task analysis, and well, not risk analysis. Your risk analysis comes out of your URA or your, you know, if you do UFMEA, but that comes out of a task analysis. How do you build a use-related risk analysis? How do you build that out of not having a task analysis? And that is where this weird trend in industry came in, that we're now using IFUs to build risk analyses.
So you're doing retrospective.
You're doing it backwards. Well, if you do it backwards, then how did you evaluate the risk if you already have the IFU? Like, it is so fundamentally linked to the task analysis, and that is why I think I probably found that part very interesting when the student was talking about the classroom approach. I mean, I think honestly, human factors programs should also teach risk analysis, safety analyses, right? And most fundamentally good and very well structured human factors programs will have a safety class and safety aspect to it. But risk management and product development is very different. And I think that would be a really, really good class to take in a grad program to prepare you for the concept of how products are developed from a safety and effectiveness standpoint, you know.
I think one of the things I really like about doing these live streams is our ability to take something and go off on a complete tangent.
Yeah,
I love it.
Quite a complete tangent. I tried to segue us back when you said you're cutting out. I tried to segue us to the next segment, and then you went off and did a whole 20-minute conversation, which is great. It's great. It's a great conversation.
Yeah, but what I'd be really interested in now is understanding what sort of research is being done and what sort of research is being presented. Is there any way you could maybe show us some of that, Nick?
Slick, Barry.
Maybe play a video or something on.
I don't know, a video just handy.
Yeah, I can do that. All right, and we're back. I'm sitting here with Patrick Craven. Patrick, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Patrick, for those who are listening who may or may not be familiar with your work, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yep. So I've been working in the human factors area for 20 years now. I had my graduate training at Penn State, as well as University of Edinburgh. I work for Lockheed Martin. And I also have served as a director on the board of certification in professional ergonomics, the BCPE, and I've been doing that for 5 years now.
Excellent. So you're here to talk about maybe a trend that you're noticing in human factors?
I think many of us are noticing, yes. Yes, I am. So I think one of the things that that we've all noticed is that systems are getting smarter, more capable, but at the same time, they're getting more complex.
No.
So, you know, think about, you know, in my parents' generation, which is, you know, I'm dating myself here, right? But many years ago, right? Automobiles, somebody could work on their own car, repair their own car. Everything is digital. You need a computer hooked up to the car when you maintain it now, for at least for modern cars. And oftentimes they'll even put like a cover over the engine, like, you know, only experts go in here to work with the vehicle. So, you know, automobiles, Apple's coming out with, you know, increased like AI capabilities, which will, you know, provide new things to users, but it also makes the overall system harder to use. And like, what's going on? How does it get my information? Where does that get stored? Is it safe? You know, so more complex systems. There's, you know, in the military, kind of in my field, right, proliferation of unmanned systems and sensors. So all this is creating a system that is really difficult for humans to conceive of and to understand and to kind of have a good mental map about how it all works.
Yeah. So what's particularly interesting about this trend and sort of where it's heading?
So I know it's been used before, but you know, trust I think is a big part of this. So you know, over trusting or under trusting. Over trusting, and you have accidents with, you know, automated capabilities in vehicles, right? You know, I have an older vehicle myself. When I go and get like a rental car, I'm always surprised at kind of like, you know, the various different technologies that are incorporated in the vehicles now, and caught off guard oftentimes when they kind of take over, decide that I'm too close to the vehicle in front of me. They start braking for me. So you kind of develop this dependency on it, but we don't know if it's always going to be there, right? So that's kind of, you know, I might be under trusting, right, that it can actually step in and help. But I think that there's, you know, a balance between the two. And I think that comes from, you know, understanding how these systems work. And I think, you know, the two other things that I want to hit on there too are, you know, it takes a bit to do training to work with these systems. You know, I mentioned renting of you know, an automobile, stepping into it. I'm not going to break out the manual. I'm just on a trip, right? I just need to get from point A to point B. So, you know, I want to get in the car and go, and then that's why I'm caught off guard by these things. So how, you know, I think one of the challenges and or opportunities for folks in our field is how do we help people be aware about how to use these complex systems? So training, I think, is a big part of this. And, you know, my third T here, you know, trust, training, turnover. There's a lot of turnover and changes in these capabilities. There's a V3, a V4, a V5, right? And with it, you effectively have to retrain and learn these capabilities again.
Yeah. Can I tell you a funny story? So
absolutely.
We have a rental car, and you know, all the cars nowadays have the touch screens, and this one has a screen that looks like it's a touch screen, and it's not. And then we had to like figure out how to navigate it, and there's like a physical knob in the middle, and we're like, oh yes, we wanted physical buttons, but not like this. So given this trend, given everything going on, where do you think it's going? Like, are we getting more complex? Are we still, what's going on?
I mean, complexity is not going away. And I think in terms of like looking to the future, it creates opportunity for people in this field, right? I think it will continue to be absolutely essential to keep humans front and center, right? I don't think that we're giving up our decision making anytime soon. If I'm driving an automobile, I need to ultimately be in charge of that and be responsible for what happens with that vehicle, right? So how do we support the human and their ultimate supervisory and or, you know, command authority when performing tasks? And I think that creates opportunities for individuals and human factors in ergonomics, right?
Yeah.
And these are complex and hard problems. So making sure that the field has the right set of individuals with the right training, right? And have developed the right skill set.
And how do we do that? that was a good layup. That was a good layup. How do we set?
You know, so BCP plays a part in that, right? But we don't provide training to individuals. So we're incredibly reliant on, you know, the talented pool of practitioners and educators, right, who are training the next generation. You know, so there's a fantastic university system in the US. You know, all the people that I've seen at the conference here, all the various different posters that I've seen, right, are a great testament to the great training that they, you know, receive in these places. On my end, right, I've been volunteering with BCP for the last 5 years. I think it's a great sort of sister organization to HFES. We are IEA, or International Ergonomics Association, recognized as a certification body. And, you know, once you've had your training, it provides sort of the verification, let's say, that, you know, you have the right set of skills. So, you know, we think with it, we serve a valuable function, kind of helping to make sure that, you know, the certification candidates, right, are aware and they're building the right set of skills and serving the, you know, professional community and companies that want to hire individuals with the right set of skills. So, you know, if you're interested in learning more about it, we have a booth here at HFES this year, and you know, bcp.org is another great way to learn about it.
Yeah, and I will do a shameless plug too, because I talked to Gene last year about BCPE. I didn't even know I was eligible for the associate memberships or the associate certification. So go check on that, because there's a whole list of schools that'll count for it. So go do it. It'll automatically increase your ability to negotiate a salary. So go do that. If folks want to learn more about you and where they can find more out about BCPE, where can they find both?
So LinkedIn is a great way to reach out to me. I've had several folks kind of ask about certification, and I'm always happy to to respond. Chris Reitmeyer is our director of operations. She's a fantastic resource, and she's probably the first point of contact for most individuals. Though I'm happy to advocate for certification and help answer questions where I can.
Awesome. Patrick, thank you for being on the show. Really appreciate your time. We'll be right back with more right after this.
Welcome back. I'm here with Patricia Tice from Profound Insights. So Patricia, what is new and exciting this year for you?
Well, I've been researching for the last several years the difference between streets and roadways. And we've got about a century of working with roadway design. And all of that time, we really thought about roads in terms of a point mass moving through space, that the driver had some perceptual limitations and we'd adjust some of the features to handle that, right? The thing is, a street is a very different kind of environment. You're not dealing with a point mass moving through space anymore. You're dealing with human interaction. It's face to face, eye to eye, heart to heart. And people drive completely differently in those kinds of spaces than they do in a space that's large or fast, where they can't interact with other people. And what we found was that there were some very concrete limitations. There were prioritization things that we didn't expect. I was looking to figure out how to design a place so that people would automatically behave. Turns out you can't do that. But what you can do is you can put people in that space in a way that they will interact with the driver. And when they're at the speed and at the scale that that interaction is natural, the drivers automatically behave completely differently. And so the way that a person drives in a social space is so much more attentive, so much more responsive, careful around the pedestrians that they're interacting with. And it's governed by the social contract. Essentially, you really don't have a social contract when you're driving most of the time. You're manipulating a large tool, a large machine around other people that are manipulating their large machine. And it's, you treat those other machines with the same amount of care and responsibility that you treat any inanimate object. You're going to cuss at it, you're going to yell at it, but you're yelling at the car, you're not yelling at the driver.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about the difference between streets and roads. And I'm just thinking, as you were describing that, a personal example. For me, it's Costco.
Absolutely.
If I'm driving like Costco, and I probably drive like a street, is that the right term?
where I'm waving at people, waving people through, being mindful of
right in front of the
carts
store, yeah.
and that. And the social contract is when I'm with my cart, I expect drivers to react the same way. Or maybe I get surprised when drivers don't act in that.
And that's
respective
actually
manner.
where most of our safety problems are coming into play, where we have those interactions working really well, where the driver and the pedestrian both know that they're supposed to be interacting. That's very safe. When the driver and the pedestrians both know that they're not supposed to be interacting, equally safe. Where there's a mismatch in those expectations, where the pedestrian expects the driver to pay attention and watch out for them, and the driver is incapable of doing so, that's where we have all of our crashes. And so we have a place that looks nice and wide and open, and the pedestrian thinks that the driver should be able to see them, but the space is too large to actually see anything going on. And that's one of the wild things we discovered. It would basically, you have about a 60-foot window that you're looking at any one time. And anything wider than that 60 feet, you're really not paying that much attention to.
Yeah.
And,
then this is what.
yeah, and that's what that looks like. You know, you can interact with another person face to face. You can read facial expressions out to about 90 feet. And you really only see about 20 degrees from center. So when you put that 90 feet and the 20 degrees together, you get a corridor that's about 60 feet wide. And that pops up in the arterials in the oldest cities in the world. They're almost all 60 feet wide. We found in our speed studies that when the tunnel that the driver sees gets bigger than that 60 feet, all of the 85th percentile speeds below 30 miles an hour disappear. You can, if it's narrower than that, it's no guarantee that they'll go slow. They might go fast, they might go slow. A lot has to do with whether or not they're going to interact. If it's wider than that, you don't get anybody going slow. You've pushed yourself out of the game. And if it's wider than 90 feet, you're not going to see very many below 40 miles an hour, which means that as the roadway gets wider, you're losing all of those low-speed drivers. And we expect that just because you change the sign, people will change their behavior. And they do. Statistically, it's a very strong effect. You know, it's a P equals 0.000001. There is a change. But for every 10 miles an hour that you change the speed limit, you get about a 2 mile an hour change in the actual speed. So yes, you do get a change. It's just not very big. And it may not be all that helpful, because then you get some people going fast and some people going slow, and then they crash into each other just because they're not going the same speed.
So there's a mismatch of expectations in their mental model.
Another mismatch of expectations. And so the reason why I had this collaboration poster is because I'm trying to pass this along into AASHTO and the roadway design systems. They've been trying to do complete streets for several decades now and struggling at it. And so we're trying to talk with them about what it looks like, how a street is very different from a road and what that looks like from a design standpoint. The problem is that none of them are trained in any psychology. You have a psychologically controlled space, but they don't know any psychology. So the reason I had the poster is this idea of, okay, I know kind of some of the big things that I've seen that matter, that I need them to understand to be able to manage this space. And I am not infallible. I might have missed something. And so I'm asking the question, you know, are there pieces of this that we really need them to understand that they don't? You know, that's different from roadway design, when you're starting to think about how people interact in a space. You know, is there something they need to know in psychology that they don't currently know?
So it sounds like it's a great start to this kind of domain.
Yeah.
For example, in the past of talking to healthcare practitioners, it took a little bit of while for the human factors enterprise to get into that space, and there's some great strides with that.
Right.
And so this could be another avenue for.
In the past, human factors has been an add-on. It's been something we've tacked onto the major mental paradigm. In a street, the human factors is the core. That is what matters. And so it's a domain for us that we've never had, and it's a domain that they don't know anything about, and they need to.
Okay, that's great. Well, this is very interesting, and thank you for taking the time. What is one thing that you're excited about for this week?
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm going to be presenting this in a session later this week. I love getting around folks that are playing with brains, and it's always a lot of fun. But I love, a lot of this work is really beginning to transform the way that we do streets. And we have a serious pedestrian fatality problem. Incorporating human factors into that domain may be one of the key things that really breaks open pedestrian safety, bicycle safety. We can talk about automation all day long, and automation will have an impact, but in the long run, a car, whether it's automatic or not, still takes up a huge amount of space and goes very fast and causes problems in the landscape. If we can actually get people to begin being comfortable walking and biking, that is a far more sustainable solution than any technology solution I can think of.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you very much for taking the time today.
You're welcome.
Where can folks find you? LinkedIn, other kinds of websites?
I am on LinkedIn. My name is Patricia Tice, and I also have a blog on Substack called Profound Insights, and I've been posting basically every week, and we talk about street design and how to create spaces that people actually want to be in.
Oh, great. Well, hey, thank you, Patricia, for fighting the good fight on street design and Stroads.
One day at a time. Oh yeah, Stroad elimination is the next major roadway topic. How do we actually begin to decide is this a street? Is this a road? What do we do about that? And get out of that very uncomfortable mismatch of expectations that Stroads really represent.
Great. Well, hey, thanks, and have a great week. And looks like you'll get some great feedback, and looking forward to seeing your talk.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we're back, and I'm sitting here with Emily Patterson. So welcome to the show, Emily. So glad to have you.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
So Emily, you're here to talk about some research. Can you tell us a little bit about your research? What are you working on?
Absolutely. So I am a professor in the College of Medicine at Ohio State University, and I am leading a collaborative for AI in healthcare. And the biggest project we're working on now is taking large language models into the emergency department, where we are trying to take ambient conversation technology, drag and transcription, into a large language model that drafts a note. And so then the note saves the physician about 28% time by capturing the physician and the patient working together. And then the emergency department is a particularly challenging environment because of the background noise and the interruptive nature. So they tend not to have one patient at a time. And so we're going to do a beta site implementation at University of Jacksonville and look at the challenges and the opportunities provided. This is already taking off all over the country in primary care, but it's a more challenging embed in the emergency department.
Right. So I'm going to grossly oversimplify here by saying ChatGPT is summarizing interactions in healthcare, right?
That's fair.
Okay, that's awesome. So what is particularly interesting, or what is interesting, or what do you think other people might find interesting from this line of research?
Yes. So one of the things we're trying to do is, from sort of an implementation science perspective, lay out the top problem at the site bottom up from the resident physicians. So 51% of the resident physicians at the site want to leave academic emergency medicine in the next 1 to 2 years. And they just started their careers and they just committed to it. So there is a huge burnout problem. 83% of them are reporting symptoms of burnout. And so this technology is extremely exciting because it's been shown to reduce burnout in primary care. So it's something that we can potentially do to save these doctors who are leaving the field. And so that's tied to a national initiative to reduce burnout with physicians. And therefore, we think we have a real chance at implementing because we are combining the top problem at the site with a large national problem with a technology that has been shown to make a difference in a slightly different setting.
That's awesome. So where do you think this research is going? What are you excited for in terms of the future, where this is going?
Well, I think eventually we can start having the AI critique what people are doing wrong. So we start off with listening to what they're doing, then we create summaries that they can see, then we create summaries that integrate with structured data that is in the chart, and then we start saying, we think your diagnosis might be wrong. We think your treatment plan might be wrong. And I do not think that that is that far away yet, maybe 5 years from when we can start doing this.
That's interesting and a little spicy. All right. Where can folks find out more about your research or more about anything related to your research?
So I am on ResearchGate, easy to find. I actually have a Wikipedia page. I created it to make it easier for people to find me. So if you do Emily Patterson Wikipedia, it comes right up. And then that links to all of the various places I'm online. And also on LinkedIn.
Excellent. Well, Emily, thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate you. And we'll be right back right after this.
And we're back. It's me, Frank Lacson, here with Matt Nair from Oklahoma State University. First of all, thank you very much for talking to us today. So the format for today's talk will talk about things that are new, interesting, and exciting, both with your professional career and also in some of the research that you're doing. So since the last HFES, what is new in your life?
So since the last HFES, I guess the newest thing would be I was able to spend the summer months over with Medical University of South Carolina, basically doing a research internship with them, and basically seeing what embedded healthcare looks like. So working as a human factors practitioner in an embedded healthcare setting, and being able to do observations, interviews with clinical staff and getting their perspectives to help improve patient safety.
Oh, that's pretty neat, embedded healthcare. And so you're in the operational environment with the practitioners and the patients. What is one of the biggest insights or lessons learned from working in that environment versus versus research?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is getting buy-in and integration and kind of ingratiating yourself into that work system. Because the clinicians, they don't necessarily know what human factors is as a field, and they don't necessarily know why you're there. So the way that I've typically described it is you kind of have to cross over the barrier of stranger danger, just because of some of the preconceived notions that clinicians have about people coming to the floor who aren't part of the normal staff. So a lot of it is being able to learn how to talk with them, engage with them, and give them a very kind of quick pitch about human factors, why you're there, what you're looking at, and then, hopefully include the benefit aspect of like, we're really here to help you improve how everything goes for your work.
It sounds like some parts of the IRB form, but a lot more marketing and kind of convincing, especially for the time they're kind of valuable time and have operations that they have to work with. Well, that sounds very interesting. In terms of something exciting, what is something exciting for both your research and for this week that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, so I mean, from the research standpoint, it's just always understanding what the healthcare work system looks like. What are different ways, methods, tools that you can use to better understand how that work is being completed. And it's a very complex system and a very complex work system. So trying to figure out what is going to be that best tool to answer some of those problems, because there's not really a correct way, depending on what that problem is. A lot of times you kind of have to pick and choose what's going to be like, look at the problem, understand what the problem is, and then try to basically pick how you're going to evaluate it using the best tool that you have available. And obviously there's advantages to that, sometimes limitations, but just remembering that you're there to have a good patient outcome, essentially, and doing whatever you can to support those people who are doing that work.
Well, that sounds pretty exciting to be able to, during your operational interviews or whatever protocol you have, find opportunities and be able to be flexible and find things. Well, thank you very much for talking today. Where can we find you in terms of LinkedIn, other kinds of websites and things like that?
Yeah, so I have a LinkedIn profile. It's just my name. I mean, if you search it, it'll show up. That's probably the best way. I mean, I have probably the normal social media outlets too. So I'm all over. You just kind of have to search for me.
Okay, sounds great. Well, hey, thank you, Matt. I appreciate your time. We're with Matt from Oklahoma State University, and have a great week. Thank you.
All right, and we're back. I'm sitting here with Spencer Kahn. Spencer, welcome to the show.
Thank you,
So glad to have you. So for folks who are unfamiliar with you or your work, could you just give us a little bit of an introduction?
So I got my PhD from George Mason University, represented quite heavily here at the Human Factors Conference. I'm currently the Director of Human Factors Research at Perceptronic Solutions, a small research and development company based out of Los Angeles and Washington, D.C.
Okay, great. So you're here to talk about ethical AI, is that right?
That's correct.
So what is new in ethical AI? AI is a big trend. What's going on?
Well, I'm going to quote someone else smarter than myself, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton from, I believe, University of Toronto. He's an expert in AI, has been for many years, and he believes that the state of AI right now is a little bit, I'm paraphrasing him, is a little bit like the state of chemical warfare before World War I. A lot of people at the time thought this was an incredible idea with no downsides. It would make war easy and ethical. Well, we saw how that went, and that gave us the Geneva Convention. He and I believe that that's kind of where we are with AI. It has a lot of potential, a lot of good potential, unlike chemical weapons, but we're probably going to hit a point of a lot of legislation, and it's probably going to take something like World War I to get us there.
Yeah. So what's interesting about what's going on with ethical AI right now? I know we had kind of talked a little bit before this about modeling. Is that something that's interesting going on there?
Yeah. So the big question with AI is, it has so much capability, and people are throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks with AI, and that's going to have some downsides. But we want to teach AI what it should and shouldn't be doing, and that's going to require some modeling. I believe that requires modeling of what human ethics mean. What exactly do we view as important, and how do we understand the process of what ethical inputs and weights go into us making ethical decisions? Because we have to teach it to do the same things. That's a pretty hefty task.
That does seem kind of crazy and daunting, given that there are so many different views and opinions about the world. But there has to be like some sort of foundational, fundamental agreement. We've all kind of got together and said we shouldn't kill each other. And,
absolutely.
So I guess sort of looking forward to the future, what, given sort of these modeling efforts of human ethics and ethical AI, what do you see as the future for ethical AI and AI in general?
Well, the dark version of the future, the version that I think a lot of people are working hard to prevent, is AI being applied to everything wildly without controls, and that's going to replicate some of the mistakes of the past. Others have proposed, well, we've seen in real estate or banking that AI can have some of the worst damages of redlining, the practice of excluding certain racial groups from neighborhoods intentionally back in the 60s. Well, AI is doing accidentally the same thing now by poorly processing the inputs, the flawed, biased inputs that humans give it, and it's been unintentionally doing the same exact mistakes of the past. I think those patterns, if unchecked, we could see that a lot more of those throughout the application of AI across banking, real estate, financial, medical, and military.
Yeah.
But that's the dark view.
Yeah, leave us with a little bit of hope
Yeah,
here and optimism.
A lot of people are already sounding the alarm and are doing a fantastic job of preventing that. We've seen a little bit of the damage so far, but we can get away. We can avoid the mistakes of chemical warfare and World War I by aggressively exploring how AI can be controlled. For instance, NIST has doing a great job of starting this process. They've created a fantastic framework on AI risks, recently published, I believe, in June of this year. That's one of the rule sets that I believe will start to informally regulate how AI is applied. I think people doing that work, they're going to largely prevent some of these downsides.
So in other words, a Geneva Convention of AI in some ways.
In a very piecemeal fashion, absolutely.
Right.
Geneva Convention that came about because of the horrors of war. Well, if we take a proactive approach, like NIST is, like a lot of these other pioneers in AI are, we don't need to have a Geneva Convention because we've prevented those severe downsides.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for spending your time here. Really appreciate it. I know you got a plane to catch. So where, Spencer, I'll leave with, where can folks find you if they want to talk more about ethical AI with you?
Absolutely. You can find me on LinkedIn, Spencer Kahn, Kohn. But we also have a website, Perceptronics Solutions, where we're starting to document a little bit more of this AI work, and I think you'll see some exciting things there in the future.
Oh, what a tease. All right, well, Spencer, thank you for being on the show. We'll be back with more right after this.
Technology in our world is evolving at a phenomenal pace, and keeping up with what that means in the human factors world can be challenging. That's where Human Factors Cast comes in. Factors Cast is a weekly podcast that highlights and breaks down stories that are chosen by you, the Human Factors community. Each week, a panel made up of human factors practitioners, UX specialists, and engineers sit down to discuss a weekly dose of knowledge that keeps you up to date with the latest areas of interest.
New York State is giving out hundreds of robots as companions for the elderly.
Buttons in cars are safer and quicker to use than touchscreen.
A prototype just achieved a major milestone that actually fits the description of a flying car.
The show provides perspective based on experiences from different domains and different industries. We even cover some of the hottest conferences in the field. On this episode, we're recapping EHF, Ergonomics and Human Factors Conference, Neuroergonomics Conference, Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, UXPA International, the International Symposium on Human Factors and Ergonomics in Healthcare, and we have the best guests. I'm joined today by Chris Reed, Micah Inslee, Farzan Sassin Gohar, Joe Keebler, Peter and Gabby Hancock. We have a dedicated community of listeners that engage with the show and contribute to the topics discussed. Join me, Nick Roome.
And me, Barry Kirby.
Every Friday morning when Human Factors Cast drops on YouTube and your favorite podcast directory. And remember, it depends.
Okay, and we're back. Hopefully, if all my buttons are working correctly, I think we are back. I am currently a disembodied voice because we just talked about AI. Okay, we're going to do a little something different on the show, something that we've never quite done before. So I'm actually sitting here in the Human Factors Cast podcast studio live at HFES. And by the miracle of networking, we got our hands on this bad boy right here. So what you're looking at here is the MITRE ELATE evidence-based. So MITRE ELATE, what is that? So it's evidence-based list of exploratory questions for AI trust engineering. So I thought this would be a great opportunity for us to do something that we've, like I said, never done on the stream before, which is somewhat of a live unboxing, if you will. So the idea here behind this product, at least as I understand it from MITRE, it empowers their promotional materials here say it empowers teams to ensure trustworthy artificial intelligence products throughout their development cycle. And the tool consists of exploratory questions for teams to prioritize and answer regularly, illustrated by actual incidents involving AI. All right, so shall we do a live unboxing here?
Yeah, show me what it's about.
All right, so let's take a look. So as we're looking at the box here, you can see on the front, it's got some of the marketing materials. And then on the side, it's got all these nice little graphics in sort of a rainbow pattern here. Sorry, I'm doing everything kind of upside down, so forgive me if there's, and this is live, so forgive me. And then there's sort of these statements back here. Why use ELATE, and how do we use ELATE? So those are there, and then kind of the same thing on the other side. So this is still wrapped up, and let's go ahead and take a look at what's inside. This is exciting for me because I haven't actually seen one of these in practice. So I'll go ahead and take the sorry, I'm doing, like I said, everything upside down. So I'll take the trash away.
I feel like I'm watching an Instagram reel.
Ooh, that's good. Thanks, Heidi.
You're welcome.
Let's take a look. So I don't want to damage this. Okay, so on the inside, it looks like we have some text here. And kind of some disclaimer text. It looks like there's some research here by Steve Dorton. And let's see here. How do we use ELATE? It says use ELATE cards during agile ceremonies to prompt critical thinking among developers, users, and stakeholders to generate requirements, designs, test cases, etc. And I'm very proud of myself because I read all that upside down. So let's take a look inside. I'm going to keep unfolding this, and you have, oh, look, this looks like a very familiar logo. What is that? Does that look familiar to you guys at all? Like, is that you've seen before?
We were just commenting on.
Barry and I just talked about that.
All right, so let's go ahead and open this up. So the full spread here, if you will, looks like we have, again, the disclaimer text up top. Off to the left over here, you have some instructions, and then some facilitation tips off to the right. Now down below, it looks like you have some analysis tips to use this product as well. And so I think maybe what we can do is take a quick look at some of the other stuff that's inside. So it looks like there's a quick intro booklet here that presumably will give you a little bit more information. Kind of an overview, instructions, facilitation tips. It's all there.
Nice.
And then some contact information if you have any feedback. And it looks like there's these different logos here. Look like they're associated with different things. So looks like the light blue is user requirements. The darker blue is data, features, models. The red one here looks like controls and safeguards. You have the purple, which is presenting and exploring outputs. You have the sort of kind of maroon color, understanding AI behavior. The green, work system collaboration. The yellow, testing, debugging, and error handling. And then down at the bottom, you have the sustainment cards. So at this point, I guess I will ask both of you who are on the call with me, is there any particular one of these that you're interested in? It kind of gives you the card count here on the right hand side. Is there anything you want to see?
I would like data features. So Steve and I were in the same HF grad program at Embry-Riddle, and I remember the classes we took together. So I would love to see probably data features and models.
Data features and models. So that's going to be this darker blue.
Or the purple one. Barry, what do you think? Should we pick? What would you pick?
I would be going for the presenting and exploring outputs, which is I think
Yeah.
is the one. Yeah.
Okay, so purple or red, purple or blue. So if we agree both on purple, then pick the purple.
Let's go ahead and pick the purple one there. So I'm going to set that instructional book off to the side, and I'm going to kind of shuffle through these and look for some purple ones. This is kind of exciting. It's like AI tarot cards here. So I guess let's reveal our fate.
Will it tell me the future of my HF relationship too?
let's flip over one of these purple ones here. We'll flip it over. It says outside confirmation of outputs. How might users verifying levels of domain expertise assess the correctness of AI outputs and AI performance? What if results are especially counterintuitive? What other sources of information, for example, people or sensors, might users rely on to confirm AI outputs? Are AI outputs in a format that easily facilitates this confirmation? And then they give an example at the bottom there. So that means outside confirmation, I don't know, fortune cookie, something. All right, so let's get into the next one here. Let's see what this one is. Completedness of output. So again, we're kind of looking at how might users think, how might users be unaware of the exhaustiveness and relative importance of various inputs of the AI? What variables are not accounted for? How might the AI make obvious the limitations of the current outputs and the effects of limitations on outputs? And then there's a sort of a lengthier example. So this is pretty cool because these, again, kind of seem like some questions that you might want to bring up during some agile ceremonies that would start to get the group thinking about what types of considerations you might want to make for including AI in your product. Is there another one that we want to check out?
Can we go to the
Taking
blue?
requests here. I'll bring back the overview here.
Can we go to the blue? At the dark blue, I guess.
Oh, you want to look at the
There's
dark
two
blue?
blues.
Yeah.
Data features and models. Yeah.
Let's see here. Data features and models. Again, we're kind of looking at our fate here. Let's see. Let's reveal our AI tarot card fate.
If you keep calling it that, I'm going to call it that forever.
I love it. I'm okay. You can tell I was very tired before this, and this is like perking me up. This is super awesome, and I'm super jazzed about this. This is so cool. All right.
I mean, great job. I mean, shout out to Steve. Nice job, dude.
Yeah, this is super
I would
cool.
like you to please, as a favor to your old, student friend here, send one to HFES Research and to K Sharp. We would appreciate a little gift package.
We'll see what strings we can pull. All right, so it looks like under these we have data priorities and bias awareness. So how might users value different kinds of inputs or sources of data, primary versus secondary? How should the AI codify these priorities? And then the bias awareness piece, how might users be made aware of biases and default settings in the AI, which ones might be problematic if unknown, and how can the AI make these biases more explicit to users? Again, there's some examples here, and I think it's worth, let's take a look at one of the examples just to kind of see what that looks like. Let me just try to make sure that the lighting is okay here on this.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the lighting in our current room here. That makes this a little difficult.
Did you see what I did?
No.
He said lighting, and I turned my light onto the laptop because I thought I was sitting next to him.
Well, here, I can read this to you. It says, a junior military user nearly created an unwarranted emergency because they were unaware that the AI was biased to recommend the most dangerous threat that could not be completely ruled out, regardless of what region of the world they were operating in. So that's kind of a bias example. This is, okay, I am like super jazzed on this. This is so cool. Thank you to MITRE for providing us with a copy. I am super jazzed about that. So what do y'all think? What do we want to look at anything else while we're here, or?
I think the overall that looks like a really cool kit, because there is so many discussions, debates, work streams going on about at the moment about trust and ethics in AI, that having I in a lot of Scrum stroke workshop type meetings, I go run, facilitate, whatever. I like these ideas of having cards that you can utilize rather than just, you know, just reading off a script or put it in a presentation. Having something tangible you can play with like this to really run it through makes such a difference to overall comprehension, but actually using it in a day-to-day environment. So no, I think kudos to pulling that together. And yes,
yeah.
if they happen want to send a copy to the UK, then I'm sure I'd be very grateful.
I mean, if the thing has Steve's email on tap for questions, then I mean, Steve, if you're listening, I think Barry, Nick, and I would very much enjoy a little, promo package.
Well, Nick's got his now. Look, it's there.
It's right here, and they never said I had to give it back. So I'm just gonna take this and slowly back away. So we have one more segment to cover, and then I think we'll go ahead and round out the day. Let me go ahead and get that started.
Where does it come from? It's always been there.
The fire that burns inside each of us.
The passion to serve.
To distill complexities into elegant solutions with precision and empathy.
To study, design, build, test, and continue to improve systems that help people live better, safer, and more productive lives.
Our work is not just a job. It's our calling to elevate lives and empower all humans.
And it requires the background and perspective of academics, researchers, students, scientists, engineers, and all human factors and ergonomics practitioners from every industry and in every corner of the globe.
We gather to foster collaboration and unlock exponential possibilities.
We aspire to inspire others.
We are the Human Factors in Ergonomics Society.
Together, we are advancing systems and practice through innovation, research, and education.
What will you aspire to?
Join us.
All right, and we are back with a very jet-lagged Rose Figueroa. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Rose, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. So for those folks who may not be familiar with the show, can you just give us a little bit about you? Because I mean, you got some pretty important roles here at the HFES.
Sure. So I am the current Secretary Treasurer elect at the Executive Council for HFES. I actually also serve in the board for BCPE, the board that certifies human factors and ergonomics professionals. And I am a consultant on my day job. And I'm also an adjunct at Clemson.
Oh, wow. There you go. So, Rose, we were talking briefly before this about sort of a broader trend in human factors, and specifically accessibility within human factors. And I know this is sort of near and dear to your heart, especially since you just got the Inclusion Award. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
That's what it's called?
Yeah.
So congratulations on the award.
Thank
so,
you.
So can you talk just briefly about sort of what you're seeing in terms of accessibility within human factors as a field?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we all know in hindsight, right? Like accessibility should be part of human factors, given it's part of, humans and designing for humans.
Right.
But like trends that you're mentioning, we were actually with a couple of folks from HFES. We were presenting at IEA in South Korea last week or 2 weeks ago. On this exact topic on bringing accessibility to the forefront of human factors and ergonomics globally, right? Like IEA, I'm in here. And there were a couple of things that we discussed, like you mentioned, in terms of the trends. One that I found interesting is that there are actually more considerations in terms of research. Are you considering these when you're designing the studies, when you're analyzing the data? Farzan actually commented that there's a couple of journals that they actually now, I found interesting, they require you to explain the outliers.
Oh, interesting.
So it's a way that, if you think about it, might come in, right? Like in talking about the inclusion aspect, like why was there a potential outlier that may have been for accessibility reasons, something that it was out of the norm that you may want to consider. So we're seeing the trend of like actually, considering it in the different portions. As well, like the design of the experiments and how you're portraying the data.
Yeah, that's a really interesting sort of take, because it's like you can design for accessibility, but then making the research itself, that's awesome. So I guess given that trend of accessibility and inclusion when it comes to the research aspect, what kind of like ongoing impacts do you see that having for the field long term? What gets you excited about the future?
So it's actually as you're doing the research and the applications, right? Like trying to now incorporating that from the get-go. I've seen researchers that are making the point of including people from those minoritized communities, that from like the different disabilities communities that the research may affect. So that's the other portion. Like, let's say that now people are doing more research to get more interest and understanding for those specific populations and the effects, but then that they're also taking into account that you need to include that population when you are thinking about it, which is kind of common sense, right? But and how you go about it, right? Like you have people that are from the community that can serve as basically subject matter experts for when you're designing the research, because they're from the community and they're getting the respect and the seat at the table to talk about that from their experiences. And then also, of course, the people that may be within the community that are experts, like the DCI group, right? Like we have a bunch of people with disabilities within that are also experts in human factors, how you can bring them into the table and that you're, respectfully, like they're not just your token like me, you're talking Latina or something like that. It's more like that, like you're respecting their research, their expertise, and their experiences as well.
Yeah, I really like the whole conversation around how do we approach outliers, and instead of calling them outliers, trying to include them as part of the entire thing, right? Okay. Well, that's a cool trend. I'm excited for it. You're excited for it. Yes. Where can folks find you if they want to connect with you or maybe chat with you about accessibility and human factors?
So a couple places, of course, LinkedIn, easy. You can message me. If I don't respond, I promise I will. You can message me again. I'm traveling a lot lately. But and the next place is I'm actually going to be at IAAPA, which is the Amusement Rides Expo, because I'm going to be presenting on the IDEA roundtable on accessibility as well. And it's all amusement rides in Orlando. And also at the ASTM F24 meeting, because I'm one of the people in the task forces helping with writing eligibility standards and other standards that are now considering this accessibility portion as well, and the human factors perspective from it.
Very, very cool. Rose, always a pleasure. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll be right back with more right after this.
Human Factors Cast brings you the best in human factors news, interviews, conference coverage, and overall fun conversations into each and every episode we produce. But we can't do it without you. The Human Factors Cast network is 100% listener supported. All the funds that go into running the show come from our listeners. Our patrons are our priority, and we want to ensure we're giving back to you for supporting us. Pledges start at just $1 per month and include rewards like access to our weekly Q&As with the hosts, personalized professional reviews, and Human Factors Minute, a Patreon-only weekly podcast where the hosts break down unique, obscure, and interesting human factors topics in just 1 minute. Patreon rewards are always evolving, so stop by patreon.com/humanfactorscast to see what support level may be right for you. Thank you, and remember, it depends.
I'm so excited to be here with Jules Tripp. Jules, welcome back to the show. So glad to see you. Oh, you are one of my favorite people here, and I'm so glad to talk to you. You're here to talk about...
Well, you're looking at innovations and new things in the industry and where we're headed. And what I'm excited about right now is that I've been doing a lot of work with an online community called NeuroQueer, which I'm queer and I'm neurodivergent, and these folks all are. And there's gotten to be this really organic, magical sort of self-analysis and data accumulation that's very informal and not really, it's something that I'm looking to try and formalize, but I think that we all will be in the very near future. And I know it's been a shift that's been happening everywhere. And I think particularly in any kind of tech industry, so many of us geeks are neurodivergent, and to actually bring that into a meaningful relationship with what we're creating and actually making systems that work for all humans. And, and we're all finding, of course, that you make it work for neurodivergent folks and it works a hell of a lot better for everybody.
Yeah.
So yeah, extremely exciting.
So what's like their mission? What is NeuroQueer doing? What kind of new approaches are they taking?
Well, so this organization itself really is just about support in a lot of ways. And so we generate different little communities and or, co-working situations where people work on specific things. But the fascinating thing is from that has emerged all of these design concepts and just research ideas, because everybody comes in, and a lot of times very intelligent people that are self-aware, have been doing a lot of research, want to look outside themselves to see what's out there. Then there's not stuff out there that's very reliable or conclusive. And so I keep encouraging folks to understand that they are the researchers, that we are doing the research right now. So I think, nothing formal right now is occurring, but what I keep hearing, and we got people, from all different industries, but this one designer in particular the other day was saying, I've just accumulated all of these stories from all of us, and I know what people do, and I put that into my work, but I can't cite it. And so I think that's going to be sort of the next stage. But one of the most important things and interesting things that's coming of it is, of course, that what makes things accessible is the ability to self-accommodate, right? So if you are a person, for instance, that can't tolerate warm temperatures in a room, and ahead of time that it will be 72 degrees in that room or higher, then you know what to wear. I have a friend that has cooling vests. Right. And they can wear those, and they come into a space and they're fine. So for an autistic person, getting the deets like that means the difference between a comfortable, creative environment and feeling just completely distracted by suffering and having to leave. And so them asking directly to someone, is it going to be warm?
Right.
Which is how they might perceive it. Is it going to be warm? And the other person's going to be, listen, it's going to be warm. It'll be fine. We make it fine for everyone. It's like, okay, please just give me the degrees and I'll be okay. I can handle it. So things like that, tiny things like that, you fill in all of it's happening more and more in interfaces, right? That we have choices, we customize things all the time and stuff like that. But I think that's really going to expand.
Well, that's awesome. And so what excites you about the future? given the expansion, given this role, given how many types of accommodations this type of thing can bring awareness to? What are you excited for?
I'm excited to see what people can do when they're not oppressed by having to just live within the status quo, because it's pretty freaking amazing. I mean, every person that I interact with in this space who's been thinking they were crap all their lives and that they didn't know or they didn't understand or they're a weirdo, they're brilliant. They have like brilliant insights to things, and they're not like freaking egotistical about them. They're out there, and that level of sharing, and I'm not meaning everybody has to be neuroqueer, but the idea that you can make yourself comfortable enough in a space to interact as your full creative self that you want to bring to whatever that space is, everybody's going to benefit. Everybody's going to win. Everybody's going to feel seen. And it's not about, power. It's not about power over, at any rate. It's about that accumulated community power, which, I mean, shoot, and we need it now, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot we need to figure out pretty quick. The planet, there's stuff happening.
Well, hell yeah. Jules, thank you so much for stopping by. You're a favorite of mine, and I know a lot of listeners, you're a favorite of theirs too. So thank you for stopping by. Where can folks find you if they want to learn more about neuroqueer, or if they want to just talk to you?
Neuroqueer is a space online, and I think it's .org. I'm so sorry. It's a link. I don't know. And I'm Jules Tripp, and I have a little website, julestripp.com. It's not really anything big deal, but feel free to contact me through that, or JE Tripp, Juliet Echo Tripp, TRIPPE, at Gmail. It's fine if you want to get in touch with me. But I love this show. I love what y'all are doing. It's amazing. I just get so juiced by what y'all are doing. Really, it's just amazing and great to see you.
Yes, thank you.
That's where you.
All right, we'll be right back right after this.
Technology in our world is evolving at a phenomenal pace, and keeping up with what that means in the human factors world can be challenging. That's where Human Factors Cast comes in. Human Factors Cast is a weekly podcast that highlights and breaks down stories that are chosen by you, the Human Factors community. Each week, a panel made up of human factors practitioners, UX specialists, and engineers sit down to discuss a weekly dose of knowledge that keeps you up to date with the latest areas of interest.
New York State is giving out hundreds of robots as companions for the elderly.
Buttons in cars are safer and quicker to use than touchscreen.
A prototype just achieved a major milestone that actually fits the description of a flying car.
The show provides perspective based on experiences from different domains and different industries. We even cover some of the hottest conferences in the field. On this episode, we're recapping EHF, Ergonomics and Human Factors Conference, Neuroergonomics Conference, Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, UXPA International, the International Symposium on Human Factors and Ergonomics in Healthcare, and we have the best guests. I'm joined today by Chris Reed, Micah Inslee, Farzan Sassin Gohar, Joe Keebler, Peter and Gabby Hancock. We have a dedicated community of listeners that engage with the show and contribute to the topics discussed. Join me, Nick Roome.
And me, Barry Kirby.
Every Friday morning when Human Factors Cast drops on YouTube and your favorite podcast directory. And remember, it depends.
Okay, I'm getting us all back here. I think most of us are here. We're still waiting on one. I think Frank is currently, he's chairing a session. So this is where some of the live element is crazy, because he could walk through that door any moment and I will have to mic him and then we can go. But I just want to do a quick roundup before we end for the day. So I'm just going to go one by one and just kind of, we'll recap our thoughts here. Barry, what do you think about HFES Aspire 2024?
It seems to have been an exciting and wide-ranging event. There seems to have been a lot of things, a lot of different discussions to be had, and fundamentally, lots of people were willing to share their thoughts with you and Frank around what they've been up to, which is great. That the fact that they've been so willing to share, what they've been up to, what their thoughts have been, and what they've been doing while they've been here. So yeah, good job.
Thanks. Heidi, what are your closing thoughts here on HFES Aspire 2024?
Well, I'll just put it this way. I wasn't there, so I can't tell, but it looks like it was cool. And I'm going to go ahead and go a different pathway here. I'm just going to shout out, thank you, Nick. It was great content. You did an amazing job, Frank, and you were really, really hard at work. And I think it really showed lots of great interviews, great content, really great info. I love the unboxing too. I would prefer next year to have you more actively there and not be gone, but I think you did an amazing job. So great job.
What do you mean actively there? I'm actively everywhere here.
Well, the Wi-Fi didn't let you be there most of the time, so.
You mean during these live segments?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Note taken. We'll definitely make sure we have hardwired Wi-Fi next year. For me, I think some of the most interesting things from a production standpoint this year is that we've had the most number of guests that we've ever had at any one of these annual meetings this year. We've had the most variety in the types of different things that we have collected throughout the entire duration of the conference. We've done walkthroughs, we've done interviews, we've done segments in terms of doing usability studies, in terms of doing sort of that sports center approach of like looking at an entire panel of folks. We've done tech demos with different various companies. And you know what? We've established, we've had twice the number of cameras in our interviews. And I know that's a silly statistic, but it is true growth. I think the coverage that we do here has grown over time to the point where we are expanding, and every year we get better at this. The one thing that I will leave with is that one of our core tenets this year was to keep the content shorter, more focused, and to get a diverse perspective from people, not only within different various backgrounds, ethnicities, cultures, genders, all of that stuff. We wanted all of that to be included, but also in the diversity of research that they're working on. And so hopefully that is truly reflected in the product that we have put out there today in this live stream. And also the diversity of hosts. It wasn't just the Nick show here doing interviews this year. I'm incredibly grateful to Frank Lacson for helping me out this year and conducting so many interviews out there on the field. I'm incredibly proud to have the Human Factors Cast Digital Media Lab, Vianney and Katie, who have been helping me this entire time. Vianney's sitting right here. She can come in and say hi if she wants to. Come on in and say hi. You're off screen. You're off screen. Hi. There you go.
Yay!
Hi.
I've been walking around with this on my back.
Oh yeah, hang on. This is Vianney's backpack for everyone here. Why don't you go ahead and give a turn. This is
That's
YouTube
awesome.
QR code, Human Factors Cast. She's out there being the mobile. Okay, hang on. Come towards me just a little bit. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. This is the mobile advertisement that we've had going throughout the conference today. So thank you to Vianney. All right. But yes, I'm incredibly proud of the work that the team has put in. I think it has been an incredible year, despite some of the technical difficulties that we ran into. And I'm incredibly grateful to you, Heidi, and you, Barry, for sitting on the other side of this thing that we call the internet, such that you can help sustain this entire thing. Frank, get over here, man.
Oh
I gotta mic you up. Here, we're doing the outro right now.
Outro.
All right. So we've all gone around the room. Scoot over. We got to get you in camera because we're all going camera here.
And maybe
It depends.
maybe I'll
Not yet.
maybe I'll not have a back injury
that's
next
good.
year, and I can be there again.
Yes. Hopefully we get more of us on the team here in person. Here, I think maybe if we do.
Why are we split now?
Because Frank needs to talk and give us his thoughts, and because I didn't realize that I'm still zoomed in. There we go. Okay, Frank, go. What
Okay.
are you? What's your sort of recap on HFES this year?
Oh gosh, it's great to be back, and always in person, and just kind of reconnecting with folks. I think that's the best part. It's one of those things where you develop relationships with people. You might see them once a year, might see them once every few years. But those continue to grow. And it's one of those things where, that saying, when you see someone, it's like time hasn't passed. And that's been my vibe here. Time really hasn't passed, even though maybe a little bit of time did.
Well, it's Thursday now.
That 4 days. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Is it okay if I close it out, everyone?
Yeah.
What do you mean
Second the
close
motion.
out?
All right. The motion to close out has won. I'm gonna try to get us in a somewhat okay thing here. Who wants to be big, Barry or Heidi? Who wants it?
I don't.
Barry wants it.
Very,
All right.
very big.
Very big. There we go. Okay. So here's my spiel. You ready for it? That's it for today, everyone. If you liked this conference coverage, if you found it valuable, please, I'll encourage you to go listen to any of our other conference coverages. Please comment wherever you're listening what this truly means for you. I've told people multiple times here, it's the experience that I have when folks come up to me to say, this is the impact that the podcast has had on my life that made me want to do more of it. So please, if it is impactful to you, let us know. We love hearing that stuff. What do you want us to do this again? Do you want us to come back for 25? Let us know. We had a blast, but what do you all think? For more in-depth discussion, you can always join us on our community Discord. Visit all of our official website and sign up for our newsletter. Stay up to date with all the latest human factors news. If you like what we're doing and you want to support the show, there's a couple things you can do. One, you can give us a 5-star review on whatever podcast medium you listen to. 2, you can tell your friends about us. 3, you can interact with this very post. Wherever you're consuming this piece of media, go ahead and interact with that in some way, shape, or form. Share it far and wide. Let other folks know that we're doing this work. The more funding that we have, the better stuff that we can bring to you. And, for, again, the money thing, consider supporting us on Patreon. I'll leave it there. Taking a pause in the outro to give a huge thank you to everyone involved. Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, HFES leadership, HFES staff, volunteers, Human Factors Cast Digital Media Lab, of course, our Patreon supporters, IBR, listeners like you. That is who is supporting the show, and that is why we do this. You, the listeners, are the reason why we continue doing the thing that we do. Like I said, it is our fuel. As always, links to all of our socials and the website are in the description of this episode. Okay, let's go around the room. Mr. Barry Kirby, thank you for being on the show, helping support from across the pond, giving that global perspective. Where can folks find you if they want to learn out a little bit more about you or hear more from you?
You can find me on socials, including now Blue Sky. And so just give me a search for them and you'll find me. If you want to listen to some more one-to-one interviews with interesting people within the human factors field, then you can find me on my podcast, 1202 The Human Factors Podcast at 1202podcast.com.
All right, Heidi, you're up next. Thank you to Heidi Mehrzad for hanging out with me and supporting me from the States, but remote. I'm so sad you couldn't be here, but thank you. Where can folks listen to you if they want to hear more from you or find you?
Well, old lady back prevented me from being there in person. Hopefully that's not going to happen next year again. And as far as finding me, I don't even have a single clue what Blue Sky is, so you won't find me on there. But you can find me on Insta and LinkedIn under HFUX Research and hfuxresearch.com, as well as Safe and Effective on Insta and on LinkedIn, and safeandeffectivepodcast.com. And you can listen to lots of great stuff on the podcast, because my podcast is a human factors podcast for the medical domain. So it is the Medical Human Factors Podcast. So anything and everything medical human factors is discussed on my podcast. And frankly, I'm a little biased towards it, but I also have great guests such as Nick Roome and Barry Kirby all the time.
Roome? Really?
I had to. I knew you were going to catch that.
All right. All right. I'll correct it in just a second. But before I do that, I want to give a huge thank you to Mr. Frank Lacson for being here on the floor with me throughout the entire week. You did a fantastic job doing all these interviews. I know you've only been on the show a handful of times before, but hopefully with everything here, folks want to hear more from you. And if they do want to hear more from you, where can they find you?
Yeah, LinkedIn is the best place to find me. Look for Frank Lacson, the guy with the bow tie, or on my website. I think it's called thankgoodnessforediting.com. Don't that's not
Thank you, Frank. As for me,
Great
I've been
job,
your
Frank,
host.
by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
I've been your host, Nick Roome. You can find me across our Discord and across social media at Nick_Roome. Thanks again for tuning into Human Factors Cast. And Vianney, I'll have you join us for this one because this is the moment. We all got to do it.
Yeah,
this is the big ending. As with everything in Human Factors, it depends. Bye, everybody.